Evening. I would like to call the Palm Springs regular City Council meeting of June 16, 2022 to order. At this time, I invite all who would like and are able to join me in standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. City Clerk, could you call roll, please?
Councilmember Holstedge.
Here.
Councilmember Course. Here. Councilmember Woods.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Here.
Mayor Middleton.
Present.
All members are present.
All right. We do this evening have a couple of important proclamations, and I'd like to begin by asking Mayor Pro Tem Garner to read the Juneteenth Proclamation and advise us regarding the many Juneteenth celebrations that we will hold in our city.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Whereas June 19th, 1865, 2 months after the Civil War, 2 years after President Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation, and almost 90 years after Independence Day, Black residents of Texas and other states were still enslaved and then received word they were free from bondage by the United States of America. And whereas June 19th, 1865, African Americans were finally recognized as citizens of the United States of America and were on their way to pursue all the rights of other Americans. And whereas June 19th, 1865 was and is celebrated by African Americans to show freedom as indentured servants and recognizing their great contribution to America. And whereas Juneteenth serves as a reminder of our incredible capacity to heal, hope, and emerge from our darkest moments with purpose and resolve. And whereas we celebrate centuries of struggle, courage, and hope that have brought us this time of progress and possibility, and whereas we recognize the work that has been led throughout our history by abolitionists, educators, civil rights advocates and lawyers, courageous activists and trade unionists, public officials, and everyday Americans. And whereas the City of Palm Springs is proud to sponsor a family-friendly educational Juneteenth celebration this Saturday, June 18th, one day early, at the James O. Jesse Desert Highland Unity Center, where all are welcome. And whereas on Juneteenth, we commit ourselves to the work of equity, equality, and justice. Now, therefore, we, the City Council of Palm Springs, by the power vested in us, do hereby proclaim June 19th, 2022 to be Juneteenth Day. And we have a little video to share.
Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring. Ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening skies. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us.
So since the text is a little bit small, this is going to be Saturday at the James O. Jesse Desert Highland Unity Center Park. It is from noon to 6 p.m., and we do have the organizers here, Brian Jackson and Theo Murrell. I think we're presenting this to you again at the event, but thank you all so much for the work you do and putting this on for almost 4 years now? 30 years. Okay, it feels like so much more because it's been so fun. So I hope that members of the community will come out to the event. It's going to be a really good one. Thank you.
Gentlemen, would you like to say anything?
Just thank you for your participation and everything. We appreciate it.
All right.
Welcome.
Well, then next we have the point in time update from Greg Rodriguez.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council and staff. Thank you for having me here. I'm Greg Rodriguez. I'm with Supervisor Perez's office for 2 weeks, and then I'll move on to the Housing and Workforce Solutions Department, who is responsible for this year's point in time count. As you're aware, we did not do one in 2021 due to the pandemic, so we are comparing data from 2020 to 2022. This is just a post-count timeline. Just a couple caveats before I get into the actual numbers. Much like in 2020, in 2022, we really focused on our methodology and how we can improve our counting. And like in 2020, we employed greater use of technology, geomapping, but more importantly is our communication with our outreach teams from our providers, our outreach teams from law enforcement, both on city and county sheriff's departments, which really enables us to target the places that these individuals that are out in the field every day know where our concentration of homeless population is. So that kind of explains some of the increases in the numbers, but really more importantly, it's giving us a better idea of our total number, but more importantly, the demographics and makeup of our homeless community. So these are the overall numbers for Riverside County. You can see that the total is 3,316. As you're all aware, this is just a one-day point-in-time count. We do realize that this number is probably larger, but again, I do get back to the fact that we're doing a much better job of getting an actual greater count than we used to in the past. So you can see the numbers have risen over the years, but there's actually some good news in some of these numbers. The fact that our unsheltered population in the county as a whole went down 8%. That's the first time in 6 years that we've seen a decrease. The other kind of good news is that our sheltered population actually increased. The good news about that is that more people are getting at least connected to an initial element of service, and hopefully we'll continue to do that. A large portion of that is due to the fact that we ran, as many of you are aware, the Project Room Key program. So those clients or homeless individuals that were placed in hotels and motels were actually included in the shelter count. Keep in mind, though, prior to the count is we had a much greater number of homeless individuals in our Project Room Key, so that number would have even been higher, especially in cities like Palm Springs and the Valley, where we actually house people before the count. So you can see the breakdowns between the district on both the sheltered number as well as the unsheltered total. You can see that District 4, which includes the city of Palm Springs, is the largest in the county. For a variety of factors, primarily, especially sheltered, we have the two largest shelters in the county, and then unsheltered is primarily due to our weather situation as well. And then again, there's just some of the highlights. Again, the 15% overall increase in the county, 8% unsheltered decrease, the 83% shelter increase. The really good note too is that 49% of the people that we surveyed actually expressed an interest in actually having services. In fact, the first guy that I counted was actually in drug treatment, and because of insurance reasons had to exit and was on the street for about 6 months. We actually got him into service, and he's permanently housed and getting service. So that's at least one example of some good news. And then you can see the populations breakdowns of veterans, transitional age youth, seniors, and families with children. I'll also say here too is that there will be a much more comprehensive report that we hope to have out by the end of the month. We've been working with UCR as well as Joe Coletti, who's our COC, Continuum of Care, sorry for the acronym, COC consultant, that will have further breakdowns of demographics by age, populations, mental health status, drug use, et cetera. And then volunteer participation, a total of 625 on the general count, 94 on the youth count. Once again, the city of Palm Springs was a leader in volunteers, as well as the whole entire Coachella Valley. So that too helps us make sure that we're getting a more accurate count. And then these are the district breakdowns, and I've got it blown up a little bit larger for the 4th district here, and you can see the varying cities and percentage increase. We hadn't really done a comparison year over year before, and so this I asked for instead of just showing what the increase in number is. You do see in Palm Springs an 18% increase. A little caveat with that is that it's really only 33 individuals. Now 33 sounds like a lot. I'll get into how that could have even worse in just a moment. But then again, you can see the city. Overall, though, within the valley, only a 7% increase. Any increase is not good, but at least it's not as drastic as we would anticipate. And then finally, this slide, and I'm sorry, it's busy, but what we wanted to do this year through the Housing and Workforce Solutions Department is not only explain the numbers, but more importantly, what are we doing as a county to address this, and what do we think has attributed to at least a decrease in the number countywide of those on the street, and not as drastic as an increase as we anticipated, especially due to not only the pandemic, but to economic circumstances that have been occurring over the last year. You can see at the very top is the number of 12,174. Those are unique individuals, so non-duplicated individuals that have access services through the county as well as our service providers. I will do a caveat here that these individuals are the ones that are tracked by our Homeless Management Information System, or HMIS. So there is quite a bit more that some agencies do not necessarily report into HMIS, such as Jewish Family Services, although they're starting. So we do know that number is larger. And then you can see the shelter breakdown, and then we get down into the level areas where we've been doing the funding. So obviously the continuum of care funding, as many of you are aware, the continuum of care used to only rely on housing and urban development, or HUD funding. We've been very blessed over the last 2 to 3 years with a governor who's been committed to homelessness and housing allocations. And then of course, if anything good came out of COVID, it's been the amount of money that has gone to homelessness and housing through both the CARES and ARPA Act. In total, and then again, you see the Housing Authority, as well as the Housing and Community Development on the housing allocations, and I'll touch on that at the very end. But in total, we've spent a little over $400 million, which is unheard of in the county. Primarily, most of that $200 million has been for rental assistance, which has been a key program as far as keeping people out of homelessness. And we've had a number of, and I'm sorry I didn't get the number before I came, but Palm Springs residents have really taken advantage of that program in a great manner. I will end on this, and then I'll be happy to take questions, but on the housing portion of it, and I know that you're dealing with budget decisions and setting aside some for housing, and that really is the key for us, especially throughout the county, in order to further decrease the amount of homelessness. Is we're doing a very good job of outreach, of case management, of transitional housing units, although we can always use more transitional units, but that'll come with 80 at the Navigation Center. But more importantly, it's those permanent doors that we've got to have. That throughput, really, it's like a funnel. So we're doing really good at the top, but then you get to that bottom of that funnel and we don't have the permanent doors to place in. So I know you as a city have been absolutely amazing when it comes to funding affordable housing projects, 3 in just the last couple of years, which is fantastic. But I encourage you to continue that effort. As you are aware too, is there is a great model going on within the valley here with the Lift to Rise Housing Collaborative Action Network partnership with the county. We have a major multi-million-dollar ask in the state that we're feeling very good about. The supervisor just donated $2 million out of ARPA money to that, and we're looking and working on some initiatives to maybe have cities actually contribute to that Catalyst Fund too. It's a revolving loan fund that helps with pre-development dollars. We're also looking at how we can use some of that for gap funding as well. And I won't get too far into the housing side, but it's really just to show is we're really trying to work as a county as well as a valley and as well as you as a city in how do we get these numbers and how do we keep them coming down in the right direction. So with that, I'm more than happy to answer any questions you might have.
Are there any questions for Greg? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Greg, for all that information. And I am wondering if there's any data about why someone ended up becoming unhoused. I noticed the 83% increase in families with children. Do we have any data on why that happened?
So every family or every individual is a different situation. On the family, the reason for that large increase is we had a really small number in 2020. And we don't know why. We don't know if maybe we've gotten better at identifying families. So even though the percentage increase is high, it's not a huge number. The good thing about families, though, is they're prioritized when it gets to placement. And so we have programs not only within the county structure, but also in many of our providers. Martha's is a perfect example because they deal with a lot of families, that we're able to house those individuals, those families relatively quickly. But, Councilmember Garner, or Mayor Pro Tem, sorry. As I said, it's not cut and dry. Some is behavioral health, substance use, some is loss of employment, some is medical issues, and some people can have the whole gamut, which is hard to do. So.
Any other questions, Mayor? Councilmember Holstage.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Greg, for all of your work. And I've been working with you now for probably over 5 years when I was on council, and then before I was on the Homelessness Task Force. And you personally have made such an impact on homelessness in the Coachella Valley. We never heard or aligned with the county's strategic plans before on homelessness, and we're all in our own little silos. And to see you take the role at Cvag and really coordinate the providers, coordinate the county. You also chair the COC, the Continuum of Care, which funds a number of these programs throughout the region. It's just really amazing to see the progress that we've achieved, and it's been always slower going than we like, but to have the Barbara Poppy report and then do a Housing First program and bring that in-house in Cvag, it's just really incredible. And I just want to give you props for leading on this issue and also leading on the conversation of how the availability of housing relates to homelessness. Yep. And you've just been so instrumental in having a vision for a navigation center and pushing that forward. And the supervisor, of course, as well, getting that allocation of $7 million to the city of Palm Springs to do a navigation center in partnership with us. Just don't think any of that would happen but for you and your leadership. So thank you for this presentation. And we're very excited to have you in your new role in the county, where we can work with you more closely and in coordination. So thank you so much for your work.
Thank you, Councilmember Holstage. I want to thank both you and Councilmember Kors too, because you've just been so passionate about this issue, and it's such a different relationship between the city and county than it was 4 or 5 years ago, and it's great to see. And I think a lot of that was education on all of our parts on how one entity, one public entity, one private entity can't solve this. This really is a community issue, and it takes the whole entire community, and really looking forward to, as you know, especially with the talk of the Navigation Center, is the ability for us to bring in even more philanthropic dollars and more private and business activity, because it really is going to take the whole gamut to make that happen. So.
Thank you. And I did have a question for you in there. I forgot because I was prodding you. You've done so much. Is when we get the breakdown, are we going to have more detailed information about Palm Springs numbers? So like Mayor Pro Tem asked, where those, I know that we take the zip codes or the cities where people were last called their residents. So are we going to get all of that detailed information just for our city staff and providers and police department to look at?
Yes, absolutely. And as I said too, the unique thing this year too is what we did is we did the geo mapping. So we're going to be able to really actually show you, even within a particular zip code, is actually where some of the concentrations are. We know they move around somewhat, but I think, as you all know, they're, the pockets especially, or our mini encampments, are there. So that'll be really good detailed information, as well as what the demographic makeup. So as you and I have talked, Councilmember Holstage, is we're tending to see a younger population, so it'll be interesting to see the data on that. We're still very concerned about the number of seniors, especially in the valley, that are homeless. Some good news, though, at least as far on the county Section 8 voucher program, is that as of July 1, we've changed the criteria where we will be prioritizing seniors over 70 and over to move up onto that Section 8 list. So you will be able to see those demographic breakdowns, location breakdowns as well.
Thank you. And just very quickly for the council and the public, we had our Cvag Homelessness Committee this week.
Yes, yesterday.
Was that yesterday?
Yeah,
It was like 2
believe it
weeks
or not,
ago.
I know.
yesterday, and we had a conversation about regional equity for homelessness. So obviously District 4, our supervisor district, has a larger impact on homelessness, the city of homelessness. The city of Palm Springs has more homelessness per capita than the city of Riverside, even though the city of Riverside gets direct allocations from the state as a top 13, 14 largest city. So I know Greg has been championing regional equity and distribution of funding throughout the region and making sure other regions in the county also are building up homelessness services, so we don't see everyone from Riverside County coming to this valley.
Yeah, and thanks for bringing that up, Councilmember Holsted. Too, as many of you know, the county, through the Continuum of Care and Board of Governance, just passed a couple months ago our 5-year strategic action plan, and it specifically focuses on regional approaches and equity. And I will say staff at Housing and Workforce Solutions Department realizes that we have to be targeting our funding and our programming to our more concentrated areas, so that would include the 4th District. I will add on to what you said, which is good news, because even 3-4 years ago, we had like Southwest area, Moreno Valley, that even ignored that they had homeless individuals. That's changing. You're seeing great relationships between Corona Norco on building a shelter and transitional units. You're seeing a lot more activity in Murrieta and Temecula on some combined efforts there. Obviously, Riverside does an amazing job. So again, to your point, is we've kind of been the beacon, and it goes against what data shows, because a lot of people say when you build it, they will come, and the data doesn't really point that out. However, being the only area in the county with 2 of the largest shelters, we have been sheltering individuals outside of the area. That we are seeing to start change, which is good news. So.
All right. Any other questions? Greg, thank you for your work. And
You're
thank
welcome.
you for this.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Well, next, I'd like to talk about what was a very special day for me yesterday when I got the opportunity, along with about 200 other LGBTQ leaders from around the country, to attend the White House's presidential Pride celebration. It was an incredible scene to be present in the White House, to see the presidential portrait hallway illuminated in rainbow colors. We had an opportunity to see the president speak incredibly poignantly. Dr. Jill Biden opened it. Her remarks showed so clearly the extent of her appreciation and knowledge of what LGBTQ lives are actually like, as did the president. If we could go back one slide. And then there was another address from a young 18-year-old who graduated from high school in the Miami area just last week. And his name's Javier Gomez. And Javier led the student walkouts across the state of Florida in response to Governor DeSantis and the state of Florida passing the Don't Say Gay bill. The president's response to Mr. Gomez was, and I quote, "Javier, when you're standing here on this stage and I call, please don't answer with Joe who." But he was incredibly forceful as he talked about the challenges that are being faced by this generation of LGBTQ students, most particularly in states such as Florida and Texas and other places. In addition to the formal celebrations, and we can go to the next slide, I was joined at the meeting by 5 other LGBTQ mayors from across the United States. My good friend Todd Gloria, the mayor of San Diego. We had the mayor of Del Rio, Texas, Sheboygan, Wisconsin, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and College Park, Maryland. And we had an opportunity to spend a little over an hour with 3 key members of the President's Domestic Affairs staff. Those conversations were very good in that we all looked at the domestic staff and said, what we want to be talking to you about is just simple mayor stuff. Creating infrastructure, getting the kind of federal funding that we needed. At one point, I interjected that I arrived with a list of projects that we need funding for. Who do I give it to? I didn't quite get a direct answer to that. Homelessness, preventing at-risk youth from going into a life of crime. But then the conversation turned that in this day and age, particularly in some states, mayors in cities like ours do not have the luxury of concentrating solely on those issues. And this was most particularly poignant in the conversations that took place from the mayor of Texas and Florida, but also the mayor of Sheboygan said, we are but a few percentage points from losing our governor, and he is the last thing standing between us and a reactionary legislature dedicated to overturning what we're trying to do in my city to make it a safe place for everyone, including the LGBTQ community. This was really an opportunity to see that the kind of values that we practice in Palm Springs are not limited to our city. They are throughout our country, and it truly was an honor to be there. I would like to dispel one myth, though. It was totally and completely a coincidence that it was my birthday. I now have it on good authority. The President of the United States does not know the date of my birthday, but that's okay. I don't know his. So, to everyone in Palm Springs, thank you for making this a community that the entire nation wants to look like. Thank you. So, with that, we will move on to the acceptance of the agenda. Our next item is the acceptance of the agenda. The City Council will discuss the order of the agenda, may amend the order, add urgency items, note abstentions or no votes on the consent calendar, or request consent calendar items be removed for a separate discussion. I would like to entertain a motion for acceptance of the agenda. Are there items staff or a council member would like removed from the consent calendar for separate discussion or vote? Councilmember Woods?
Sorry, there we go. 1K.
1K.
I guess I should use something that's more Palm Springs. I can't think of it right now.
Any other items? All right, and none from staff. Then item 1K will be removed for separate discussion. City Attorney, could you please provide a report of the closed session?
Yes, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, members of the public. The City Council met in closed session earlier to discuss the items that are listed on the agenda. There was no reportable action. However, with regard to the agenda, if staff could ask for item E, 1E to be pulled, the military equipment policy. We have some minor tweaks to that policy language we'd like to recommend, if we could, just briefly.
Okay, thank you. Next item is public testimony on non-public hearing agenda items only. This time has been set aside for members of the public to address the City Council on non-public agenda items only. 2 minutes will be assigned to each speaker. You are asked to please begin your time by telling us what agenda item or items you are speaking about. Please note that testimony for public hearings will be taken at the time of the public hearing, and general public comments for subjects not on the agenda will be taken later in the evening. City Clerk, do we have any registered speakers?
David Brinkman, followed by John Slay.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Coors, Councilmember Woods, and Councilmember Holstage, and all of our city leaders. I'm here to speak about item 3D tonight. DAP Health, we're an advocacy-based healthcare organization, and we've been fighting for equality and justice since 1984 in Palm Springs. Our mission at DAP is to enhance the health and well-being of this community. Tonight, I'm here to ask for your support of our campus expansion project. With your support, we will build a healthier tomorrow for the residents of Palm Springs. DAP is well aware of the negative social determinants of health, including lack of access to health care, poverty, mental illness, substance use disorder, food and housing insecurity, and how they all significantly impact our city's overall health and well-being. Today, we serve 10,000 people. 25% are living at 150% below the federal poverty level. Of those who live in Palm Springs and North Palm Springs, 26% do not have health insurance. 46% are on Medicare or Medi-Cal. And approximately 75% of our 10,000 patients today are coming to us for primary care that is not related to HIV. DAP's Health Campus Expansion Project is going to increase our city's ability to close the gap in the need for primary care, mental health care, substance use disorder, as well as additional affordable housing. So I ask you tonight to please help us build our physical capacity so we can harness our intellectual resources, we can harness our desire, and most importantly, affect our strategy so we can have positive change in this beautiful city through this campus approach to healthcare. With the city's contribution towards our $15 million needed to complete this expansion, we will build 4 primary care clinics. We will expand our behavioral health clinic. We will build our outpatient drug treatment program, a new sexual wellness clinic, expand our dental clinic, build a new cafe for workforce development, a new pavilion to attach our building to our new medical facility, and 61 units of new affordable housing, bringing it to a total of 142 apartments, all on our 13-acre campus at Vista Chino and Sunrise Way. So with your partnership, we will move from serving 10,000 people today to 25,000 people by 2025. So on behalf of our board of directors, our 250 employees, our 300 volunteers, and the 10,000 people we care for, I thank you for your consideration of this campus expansion proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. John Slay, followed by Wes Winter.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, city manager. My name is John Shea, and I'm here as representing the honorary POA board. And I have a letter that I will read in support of, I believe, 3D is the budgeting process. On behalf of the Honorary Police Officers Association, we would like to thank council for working with the POA on creating a new contract that will help retain, recruit the best police for our city, support the 5 new positions so recruitment can begin immediately, and request that additional $2 million be budgeted for ongoing new spending in the police department once the study on staffing is completed. Given the unfortunately dangerous situation that we are seeing throughout the nation and increases in crime locally, it is important for our residents and businesses that our police department be staffed at the level needed based on call volume and increasing gun violence and other violence. So we understand that there is a study that the department is conducting or council is conducting to request additional positions. And we request that the budget be there, and if that need arises, that it's budgeted and that we're not scrambling in the future. I am also the vice president of a Palm Springs Hospitality Association, and we're also a merchant on Palm Canyon. So safety is a prime responsibility and a concern. So I would like to thank council and your leadership and Chief Mills and leadership matters, and we're at a crisis, and thank you for your support.
Wes Winter.
Good evening. I'm here representing Mizell and the board and staff and members of the organization to express our deep appreciation to the Measure J Committee for their recommendation and to thank you for considering our proposal that'll be coming forward. Mizell is eager to be of greater service to our community, serving more meals to more seniors and expanding our employment opportunities. Our new larger kitchen will enable us to double the number of meals that we prepare each day. We're looking forward to working closely with the City of Palm Springs and the community for at least the next 50 years. So thank you so much for considering our application.
We will move to phone comment in just a moment.
All right.
Michael Elba, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Good evening, council members. My name is Michael, and I live in the Rec Club Estates neighborhood. I'm commenting on Agenda Section 3, Part D, E, and F. High-speed traffic has been an issue on Rec Club Road. This has been a red flag in our neighborhood, especially because we have a public park, Victoria Park, and an elementary school, Vista del Monte, that are right next to Rec Club Road. For years, our neighborhood has asked the City of Palm Springs to address the issue, but so far we haven't seen much action. My questions and comments are, what defines traffic calming? Can the budget for traffic calming be increased? And can you do more about traffic calming on Racket Club Road? Our neighborhood can feel safe. With a major park and elementary school, shouldn't that be a high priority issue? What other red flags need to be risen so the city can see that it's a serious issue that needs to be addressed? We see that other more affluent neighborhoods get prioritized. These neighborhoods don't have a park and don't have a school near them. Why is it that we keep getting kind of pushed aside and ignored and not taken seriously? I hope that you can reconsider and add our neighborhood, Racket Club Road, to your priority list for the local road safety plan and pedestrian safety plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Brad Anderson, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Thank you. My name is Brad Anderson. I currently live in the city. Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, hi. My name is Brad Anderson. I currently live in the city of Rancho Mirage. I just wanted to speak on item 1A, I believe, and that's concerning establishing or re-establishing continuous of we're going to call it remote meeting implementation of AB 361, I believe. And I would I would oppose that. Hopefully your council would consider not doing it for another 30 days because as you're aware, should be aware that that new law has been abused by most every government agency in the state of California, including the city of Palm Springs, including the city of Rancho Mirage. So hopefully you can reconsider it and not do that. And when non-agenda public comes open, I would love to comment on the mayor's comments. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Schultz, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council, for this opportunity. I live in the Racket Club Estates neighborhood, specifically on Racket Club Road. I think it's very imperative that we have traffic calming on my street. October 17th, 2017, I had just brought in my daughter Lizzie into the house, and my car was hit and struck by a drunk driver. on Racket Club Road. Anyone living within the city that has driven down that street within that month saw my convertible Volkswagen that was hit. Even as soon or as recently as 6 weeks ago, my car was hit again. At the intersection of Vera Mira Lest and Racket Club Road, there's a fire station, Victoria Park, and the elementary school there. This is the only intersection in the state of California that has those three things on it. And it's just amazing how fast people go up and down this street. It would be great if we had some sort of traffic calming. In the summertime, there's many unhoused citizens that hang out at the park and walk along the street. And, you know, we care deeply about our unhoused community. And it would just be nice to have some traffic calming done on this street. It's a terrific highway. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Luz Gallegos, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Thank you. Hello, Honorable Mayor, City Council, Gallegos, Director for Cvag Legal Center, a nonprofit community serving the immigrant farm from 40 years in our region. I am calling today to ask the City of Palm Springs that are supporting our extension of our free legal immigration services and integration program to the city of Palm Springs and community. And our intent to establish a satellite office in the city of Palm Springs. The significant access now for our community members living in Palm Springs currently is a 60-mile commute.
Hi, Luz. I'm sorry. It sounds like we have a bad connection. I will try to call you back, okay? Just a moment. Naomi Soto, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments. You may begin.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for spending some time looking at the budget one more time. I just wanted to give my kind of gratitude for the $3 million park set aside that was discussed at the last study session. I'm really glad we're seeing some investment on personnel for city maintenance. You know, I think for me, the thing that I'm really hoping that the council considers is that the park set aside is not just for implementation of a master parks plan, but is immediately used for urgent park repairs and upgrades. In particular, water play would be great to see at all the parks. And just, there are so many things that need to be done immediately. I know for myself, I have literally been asking for a toddler swing at Sunrise Park for almost 2 years now, and it's still missing. And so there's just some really urgent needs that need to be done. And we really shouldn't look at this set aside as monies to be used later, but monies to improve the quality of life of residents right now. There's plenty of other things too. I guess only other thing I would say is that I hope the security that is mentioned in the staff report for rec centers is for the parks more broadly. At the pavilion in Sunrise Park and also at Demuth, the rec centers are pretty far from the playgrounds, and I know that there was some concerns around overall behaviors throughout the park. So I hope that they're not just seen as security for the centers, but for parks more broadly. Thank you, and that's it for today.
Luz Gallegos, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council. My name is Gallegos, Executive Director for Cvag Legal Center, a nonprofit community serving the immigrant and farm worker community for 40 years in our region. I'm calling to ask of sponsoring to consider organization and expanding our free immigration services and integration program to the city of Palm Springs and communities. In our intent to establish a satellite office in the city of Palm Springs. The significant access is right now.
Luz, I'm sorry. It sounds like we have a really bad connection. We can try to call you. Yes, you're welcome to email your comments if you'd like to do that. Sure. Thank you. Madam Mayor, we have one more speaker, Tom Brown.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. We have a theme going, it seems like, with Racket Club. We have a lot of traffic, high speed, but we also have the unofficial truck route is Racket Club and Farrell Road. And I've notified everyone on City Council for the last 4 years. You've all had detailed emails sent to you. Most recently, the city manager has been responsive, his office, as well as Chief Mills. Up till then, I was given the runaround as to why you guys do not enforce the municipal code for truck routes. If they were going down Palm Canyon by the boutiques and whatnot, you'd be on it like that. But it's over on Racket Club and Farrell, so who cares? It's really, unfortunate that it's been ignored for 4 years when I made it a topic. So recently, I spoke to Chief Mills this week, and it comes down to they don't have enough patrol to enforce the Muni Code. Well, the Muni Code's been on the books since, 61 or something like that, I believe, whenever. It needs to be enforced. The trucks cannot turn from Sunrise going south to Vista Chino going east because the left turn is too tight. So they take Racket Club and they come by all hours of the day and night, rumbling. Racket Club is a secondary thoroughfare. It's now built to withstand all that heavy truck route or heavy truck use. The sound, it's the decibel level, I guess, of trucks is like 85, which exceeds the acceptable decibel level at night. I outlined all of this for you guys before. And as well as the shaking, it shakes to the back of my property on Racket Club. I'm sitting in the back of the house, things rattle on the coffee table. And, so it's a health, it's personal property, damage to personal property, public property, health, quality of life, everything the municipal code is supposed to protect. Now you guys are doing this great budget. Should there be some money put aside to enforce this? If not, why? Because I've had the runaround for 4 years, like I said. So, if Chief Mills needs more money to, have enough patrol to be able to enforce it, let's do that. If not, then let's find another alternative way of enforcing it that's realistic, that gets it done. Because, the trucks going by is just, it's just destructive. So anything you guys can do to step up, would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, that concludes our list. And for the record, we did try to reach Celeste Brackley several times. And Luz Gallegos, who had the bad connection, will submit her comments in writing.
Thank you. Thanks to everyone who came forward to speak. We will now move on to the consent calendar. I will entertain a motion to accept the consent calendar without the following items. 1K, which has been removed for separate discussion.
1E.
And 1E? Okay, thank you. We get a motion? I'll move. Can we? Oh, okay. Ah. All right.
I'll second officially.
I'll make the motion.
All right. So please vote. My screen's gone blank.
We can take a voice vote. I have a motion by Councilmember Holstedge. Councilmember Coors.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Yes.
Mayor Middleton.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right. So long as our screens are blank, we don't have the ability to turn on or off our microphones. So we're going to have to speak up and go from there. But yours is on? Okay. We'll use muscle memory to remember. All right. So consent is approved with the exception of 1E and 1K. Can we get a staff report on 1E?
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Item 1E is second reading and adoption of Ordinance 2064 regarding a military equipment use policy as required by recently enacted Assembly Bill 481. Since the time of first reading at the last meeting, staff in the police department and the city attorney's office were asked to look at this policy just to make absolutely certain that it is in compliance with various state laws regarding police equipment and use of different equipment. There are three relatively minor changes that we would recommend, and I can outline those for you at this point, and then it'd be staff's recommendation to conduct the second reading and adopt this ordinance. This is on Bait Stamp page 22, section 9B as in boy, subroomnet 2. Remove the word crowd so that it's clear that the use of this equipment is not allowed simply for crowd control, but really only for violent riot or civil unrest incidents. The second change is also in section 9, but in subsection C, and that was a typo. Instead of policy 300, it should be policy 308. And then in section 10C, authorized use, we want to clarify that as in with section 9, this equipment would only be allowed for use by peace officers who have received post-training in the equipment. So if council would indulge us in allowing those changes to be made, staff would recommend that that be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Holstedge.
My buttons aren't available, so I was going to make a motion to approve with the changes that the city attorney outlined, and then otherwise as presented in the staff report.
I'll second and really appreciate Chief Mills and City Attorney looking at those and making those changes. Thank you.
Motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Councilmember Holstedge.
Yes.
Councilmember Coors.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner. Sorry. Yes. Mayor Middleton.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right. And we'll now move on to item 1K, approve amendment number 4 to contract services agreement number 7139 with Conserve Land Care, Inc. for landscape and grounds maintenance. Councilmember Woods, you asked this to be pulled?
Yeah, it's a standard kind of contract extension, but the reason that I pulled it is that the work that's being done by this company is, in my estimation, not satisfactory. And we have gone around and around with the city manager's office and with constituents and with maintenance, and I just want to point that out before we renew the contract and ask the city manager if he has any ideas on how we can get our contractor to perform better. There's no mic.
I do think I have a mic, after all. Mayor and council, just quickly to note that we perform a lot of the maintenance around town in a variety of ways. One of two external contracts or internal service. We think we need to add resources to step up across the board. Some of that you see reflected in the budget proposal. And then in particular, this contract also does increase frequency of certain maintenance. So we're hoping the combination of those things really will make a difference. We would need to go back and analyze some of the site-specific issues a little more carefully to see whether those are attributable to services or lack of services provided by one of our contract support companies or in-house. But one way or the other, we're certainly committed to take those complaints and critiques and figure out a way to step up. So to the extent that any of those expectations fall on this company, we would first want to make sure that it's within the scope and that it's not due to something like frequency, which is one of the gaps we're trying to close with this amendment that does enable them to provide more services than what were currently provided before the amendment. So sorry, that's a little bit general. I would need to look into site-specific complaints, but we can certainly do that. This does provide some additional capacity, which should be the resources needed in some cases to close that gap.
So, that's it. With that, I just wanted to highlight it. The city manager and I have spoken and thought it would be a good thing to highlight it before we approve the contract, just so that we can get, when we do our oversight process, we don't have a lot of staff to do the oversight of a contractor, right? So we need the contractor to do a lot of their own oversight, and that hasn't been it doesn't appear from what I've been involved in that's been happening. So this is just to make us aware of it, make the contractor aware of it, and let the city manager work with the contractor on those issues. Thank you. I will move the item.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Woods?
Yes.
Councilmember Kors?
Yes.
Councilmember Holstedge?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner?
Yes.
Mayor Middleton?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
What's that?
So we have no public hearings this evening, and we'll now move on to the business and legislative portion of our agenda. The first item is 3A, approve annual insurance policy renewals for the city's insurance portfolio for fiscal year 2022-23. Staff report, please.
If I could quickly, Mayor, if you are all functional with mics and we can proceed, we're good. But
No.
if you
Two
don't
council
have
members
them,
aren't.
we may just need to take a recess so that we can assess. Our IT department thinks this is a software issue and may require a reboot or something like that. I'm
Why don't we
sorry.
take a 5 to 10 minute recess to correct the equipment? We are resuming from our tech recess, and thank you all for your patience. The next portion of the agenda is to discuss business and legislative items. Item 3A is the renewal of our annual insurance policy. Mr. City Manager?
Yes, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, as City's Risk Manager, I'll go ahead and take this item. The item before you is the annual approval of the city's insurance policy renewals. The city's self-insured and annually purchases various lines of insurance to cover adverse effects of accidental losses and claims against the city, as well as employee fringe benefits. This action tonight would authorize the purchase of various lines of insurance for fiscal year 2022 and 23. The three items before you are first, a resolution authorizing the purchase of a number of lines of insurance. The second is to ratify an agreement with New York Life Insurance to provide for some health and welfare benefits for city employees. And then the third item is to authorize staff to move forward with obtaining updated statement of values for future insurance programs. The good news this year in terms of our insurance renewals is that the increase of costs are not going to be as high as they were last year. Last year they were about 30%, and we actually reduced some coverage last year. This year the increase is only 17%, which is actually, although it's an increase, it's less than what Keenan, our insurance brokers, were anticipating when we first started this process back in January and February. A number of factors are leading to these increased insurance premiums. There have been obviously numerous wildfires in the west, as well as winter freezes in the east, hurricanes, tornadoes, increasing litigation and jury awards, as well as until recently, narrow 0% interest rates meant that insurers were turning to increased premiums to make up for lost investment returns that they are receiving. So while it's always painful to see increases, the good news is that the increases aren't as much as they were last year or that we were anticipating. So I'll just go through briefly the various lines that we're recommending the City Council procure. It should be noted that our insurance brokers, Keenan & Associates, are continuing to look and see if we can obtain additional insurance. The program that is before you tonight is, in most respects, comparable to last year's coverage, but in the event the City Council wants to obtain additional insurance coverage, Keenan continues to look at that, and they can always bring those back either this fiscal year or even into next fiscal year. So the first program element is excess liability. This covers accidents, trip and fall cases, as well as interactions with law enforcement personnel. Our current program, which will be continued, is $2 million in liability coverage per occurrence with a $3 million self-insured retention. The overall premium increase for this is 20% or $150,000 from the expiring policy premium. The second program element is our property program. This is to cover perils to city property, city hall, various city facilities, such as fire, wind. It doesn't cover earthquake and flood, which is covered in a different program element, which I'll describe later, called Difference in Condition Program. This premium is going to include a increase of approximately 6.9% or $26,000 from last year's premium. The quote that Keenan gave us does provide for an option of reducing the premium for about $7,000. However, in order to, if we were to do this, then we would obtain lower sublimits for some of our properties that are located within wildland fire exposed locations. Because we don't have an updated statement of values for the city's properties, city staff would not recommend trying to save $7,000 with the resulting potential sublimits. But instead, staff would recommend that the city council authorize us to go out this next year sometime and get an updated statement of values so that presumably the values of the city's properties have increased. And so with an updated statement of values, if the insurance carriers impose this requirement on us next year, we'll have an updated statement of values. And so if they impose these sub-limits on us, we'll have an updated list of values for our properties, and we'll be protected from that appraisal. Generally, according to Keenan, those statement of values can run about $30,000, possibly as high as $50,000. In terms of the city's overall insurance program, that cost is relatively minimal. So staff is recommending obtaining council authorization to move forward with that. The next type of insurance is called difference in condition coverage, and this is really for earthquakes and floods. We have it for all of our various properties, and then we have a special policy for our wastewater treatment plant due to the unique nature and the importance of maintaining that critical infrastructure in the event of loss. This policy for the wastewater treatment plant is a total of $25 million. And the overall program cost increase is 31% for that. However, that premium is paid from the wastewater treatment plant enterprise fund, not from the general fund. We also have excess workers' compensation program. Keenan has negotiated a rate increase of only 5% for the incumbent carrier. We have airport program. This covers injuries due to slip and falls on the city's airport. And this is a renewal decrease of 54% or $2,044. The highest percentage increase that we are obtaining from Keenan is for cyber liability. And as council is aware, there have been a number of increased cyber attacks within the industry, not necessarily to the city in particular. And as a result, the incumbent carrier is offering a renewal quotation with an increase of 94% or $25,000. It's a high percentage, but it's only $25,000. And again, in the overall scheme of the city's insurance program, it is not a significant amount. In addition, it's expected that implementation by city staff of additional cybersecurity measures over the next year or so can result in reduction, or at least not as much of an increase in future years. That cyber liability policy, by the way, has a $1 million policy limit with a $75,000 retention. The program also includes a variety of other sort of miscellaneous policies. Village Fest, which covers accidents that might occur with the city's Village Fest activity. That's an overall reduction of 1%. Media liability insurance, this is carried because we publish various meetings and whatnot on media as well as social media. This is a flat renewal. Public employee liability, this covers liability arising from alleged violations of employment laws, regulations, and other employment issues. This is being quoted with an 11.9% increase, $7,000. Crime and fidelity policy is being provided for an proposed increase of $641. That covers various bond requirements that are required to be covered by California law. In regard to this policy, Keenan has secured a quote for options with a coverage of $2 million as opposed to the current $1 million coverage for an additional cost of approximately $1,200. Staff is recommending that City Council authorize this increased policy limit based on current conditions of those situations. And then finally, the city, as part of our robust fringe benefits program, provides eligible employees and their dependents with supplemental life, short-term and long-term disability and accidental death and dismemberment insurance as part of the MOUs with the various employee organizations. Previously, these were procured simply with the authorization of the MOUs. In the interest of transparency, we're going to be bringing these forward in the future. And so we have before you a policy with New York Life for these types of health and welfare benefits for an annual cost of approximately $277,000. So we're asking the council to ratify that contract as well. That's a summary of the various lines of insurance that we're recommending. Again, Keenan is continuing to look out in the market for additional coverage if the council is interested in that. I'm certainly available to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for the city attorney? Councilmember Holstich.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The staff report just, for me, flagged two major issues, which is excess liability and then workers' compensation. So I raised this with the city manager earlier. Obviously, this council's talked a lot about excess liability, and we've had some very, very large settlements in the last few years. I know we had talked about saving for a liability fund for additional settlements. So I know that's separate and apart from the actual insurance policy here, which I have no problem with. And the increase seems reasonable based on the market and the volatility and the costs, the claims that we've had in terms of liability. But I just wanted to ask sort of what staff was thinking, and one, how to plan for, you know, this is $18.6 million just for law enforcement liability over the last 5 years. So how do we plan for that? And then are there policy solutions that we can look at to prevent some of those claims moving forward, either there or in other excess liability areas?
I can answer that in terms of the kind of the insurance market and what Keenan is currently looking at. And then maybe the city manager and police chief might be able to indicate what types of policies, practices, and training might also benefit us. Keenan is looking at procuring additional excess lines. They provided us some quotes last year, and they seemed a little bit high. We can certainly bring those back to you. The other option there is obviously just setting aside funds every year so that we have them literally retained for those types of claims. And then also Keenan is looking at what's called the law enforcement buy down, which is you pay a smaller premium, but you get a higher policy limit for specifically for law enforcement claims, which, you know, are usually one of the unfortunately larger claims that cities encounter. And so if the council expresses an interest in looking at those further, we can certainly ask Keenan to do that and bring it back to you.
Yeah, and I'm happy to add that from the administrative perspective, I think we want to do a few things. First, we are in the process of really building a more comprehensive risk management team. So right now, some of those functions are spread out. We have expanded our HR department to include some OSHA and safety compliance related focus. We're also starting to scrutinize the workers' comp claim process, and everything else that has to do with kind of keeping team members safe to avoid some of those claims, and of course, most importantly, just keep people safe and healthy. I do think we also have opportunities to scrutinize policy, especially through that risk prevention perspective. You know, these can be very low probability but high impact kinds of incidents, and it can be hard to, you know, predict or avoid each one, but absolutely scrutinizing our policies in a transparent way with the council and community to assure that we're avoiding the kinds of situations that are more likely to lead to those kind of liability situations is something we can do. We do have planned a review of our service call and level of service, which won't quite touch on that policy level, but I'm sure we could have a conversation with the chief about bringing back a process to scrutinize some of those policies as well.
Do you have more? Sorry.
Yeah, I think the city manager is correct, and so is the city attorney, that by looking at and looking for patterns in the past, we might be able to ensure that our policies are tight enough to avoid potential areas of liability. And we have, you know, promised council that we would go back and look at many of those policies anyway. And so I think this would be a good effort over the upcoming months to make sure that we're providing the training necessary to avoid liability.
Thank you for that. And I definitely support more of a move to a risk management team and having that be a focus because we have had, it's good to have a comprehensive view of that. And just to clarify, that's really helpful. So one, workers' comp too, because I think we frequently hear even from our injured workers, especially public safety, that they don't find that's always being administrated by the outside contractor well. And it's always heartbreaking to get those emails from our workers who've been injured on the job who don't feel like the workers' comp is such a disaster of a system already that it'd be nice to have it managed well, possibly in-house. So those are the conversations that I know city manager and I had earlier that he'll be able to look at in the future. So I think that's helpful. But just to clarify, so we have a consultant looking at police staffing and levels of staffing and that. Can you explain the scope of that? Because I thought that was also going to include like best practices or risk management issues with liability too.
I'd love to get a little more detail from the chief, but from a high level, let me just say that there is some overlap there, right? Because oftentimes what you're doing in scrutinizing the level of service and who performs a service call is identifying opportunities to address a call perhaps with somebody other than a traditional law enforcement officer. So especially in instances where we might encounter people with mental illness, to have behavioral health resources and things like that. So it certainly gets into that area, but I think the primary review of that scope, which will be presented to council next meeting, really is looking at the level of service calls and which could be tackled by what type of individual, what could be addressed by what type of individual. So it won't quite get into the other policy details where de-escalation and use of force and tactically what to do in pursuits and things like that, that would really probably be an additional review. Chief?
I think that's very accurate. The purpose of the staffing study is to determine, do we have adequate staffing, which could affect liability from the standpoint if people are exhausted, you don't make decisions that are the best as well as you probably would if you were well rested. But having said that, we are working already on, for instance, threat management, as well as de-escalation tactics to make sure that we are using the lowest level of force that's reasonable under the circumstances. So all those things are going on in the background. It does take a little time to develop. However, we are well underway in those areas. Obviously, the biggest liability issues are, constitutional violations, and those are the things that we get most concerned about, and I think that's why we're focusing on those first.
Thank you. So we'll look at the RFP at the next meeting, so that would be helpful. My understanding for council is that it would be a broader review, including public policy and even what the chief mentioned, are we giving our team adequate training, those types of issues. So I expected it to be broader, so I'm looking forward to looking at that RFP, and if to the chief or the city manager, if there are other issues like that we need review of or we need support with, please let us know, because obviously it here makes sense to invest up front in our team and do that work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Coors.
Sure. I think you might have raised this, but I was unclear yeah. But this is pre your joining us, Justin, but I know we had moved a significant amount, right, over, because we had sort of depleted our legal liability fund. And maybe in COVID that just disappeared, but I'm just sort of curious because I realize, we don't have the line item. Budget was sort of an extra thing sent out, so I can't really look at it here because we don't have it. But I think we have $5-6 million in that, right? So if because we wanted to start putting money away, so we didn't all of a sudden come into a time when we didn't have the money, or we're going actually into reserves for things like this.
Yeah, and we will be able to review that information when we have the PowerPoint slide for the budget and we look at all funds. There is one at least that kind of directly identifies risk management.
We'll talk about that.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll save that for then. Thank you.
Thank you for raising that. I meant to do that because we were working to build a significant fund. So in the case of excess liability, we had money there. Thanks.
Any other comments or questions? I have one, and it's more comment. When we look at our cyber liability, that had an increase of 130%, which is not surprising. Cyber insurance is becoming extremely expensive. It's becoming so expensive because there have been so many claims in organizations around the country on cyber issues, and I just want to put in a plea to make sure that we are adequate in our coverage when it comes to cyber, and that we are taking as aggressive actions as we can to protect ourselves from cyber threat.
I would say that the policy limits and the retention are reasonable given the market right now, and I would also add that some of our newer IT staff have already begun implementing some measures that would enhance the city's cybersecurity, and again, as I mentioned, hopefully will result in either lower premiums or at least not as high of increase in premiums next year, so kudos to them.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? If not, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Councilmember Holstage, a second. Councilmember Coors? I think that's who be. Oh, did you win? Mayor Pro Tem Garner, roll call, please. I'm sorry.
Councilmember Holstage?
Yes.
We're going to go
Mayor
roll
Pro
call.
Tem Garner?
Yes.
Councilmember Coors?
Yes.
Councilmember Woods?
Yes.
Mayor Middleton?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right. Next item is 3B, review of a modified franchise agreement for solid waste collection services between the City of Palm Springs and Palm Springs Disposal Service. Excuse me. I would like to ask for a staff report.
Madam Mayor and members of council, this is our second discussion of modifications to the city's franchise agreement. As you'll recall, we had a discussion at our last city council meeting on May the 26th. Just to give a little bit of background for members of the public, the reason that we are in the process of modifying our franchise agreement at this point is based on changes in state law, and more particularly relative to the collection of organic waste that is required to meet the state's goals relative to impacts to the environment. And so consequently, we need to modify our franchise agreement accordingly to include those additional services. What we'd like to do this evening is to continue our discussion of the proposal on rates, also discuss any questions and answer questions about modifications to the agreement itself. And then that does allow us an additional council meeting on June the 30th to finalize the agreement. What we then need to do with changes to rates, there needs to be a notice that goes out to all customers. There's a 45-day limit on that, or a 45-day notification period, before we can then hold a public hearing to modify those rates, adopt the agreement, and then implement. And so for that reason, we have proposed this schedule for you, and that we would come back in the fall, hold the public hearing on the final rates that we discuss. At our last meeting, there were about 5 different points or questions and direction that came up. I'd like to go through those first, and then I'll get into some of the changes to the agreement itself. Let me start first with discussions about the term of the agreement. As you may recall, at the last meeting and as part of the last staff report and package that we had provided to you, Palm Springs Disposal Service was offering 3 different rates based on extending the length of the agreement to amortize the additional costs that would be necessary. In taking direction from council at the last meeting, you all had indicated that you did not wish to entertain any extension of the term of the agreement. The current term of the agreement runs through March of 2029, and so based on that, the rate proposal that you have in your package this evening is based on the current term of the agreement. And so again, based on the direction that you provided to us at the last meeting, the agreement, the franchise agreement, will continue through its current date of March of 2029. Secondly, relative to the residential rate, we had discussed that at our last meeting, and the direction that we received from council was to have Palm Springs Disposal Service look at reducing that rate for residential customers based on the analysis that was provided to us by our consultant, Sloan Vasquez McAfee. So Palm Springs Disposal Service has done just that. They have come back to you with a reduced rate. That is approximately a 2.5% reduction, which is in line with what our consultant had suggested as a possibility. And so it would go for the base residential rate would go from $26.61, which is what they had proposed last time, down to $25.93. One of the things to take into consideration is that they are simplifying the rate for residential customers, that regardless of the container size that you request, you would still pay that flat $25.93 rate. And so in some instances, based on our extraordinary rate increase that we have recently seen, there may be a reduction from some customers who are using the larger bins. And so that is the revised rate proposal. Also along those lines, there were questions about the rate that was being proposed for vacation rental properties. The applicant, or sorry, Palm Springs Disposal Service had provided some additional information in terms of vacation rentals and some of the additional services that they provide. There's some things to take into consideration that typically for vacation rentals, there is additional trash generated versus our standard residential customers. Also, sometimes they need to come back multiple times to the vacation rental in order to collect waste. There's also an increased occupancy. The standard occupancy rate of a vacation rental tends to be larger than our standard residential occupancy rate. And so for those reasons, you see additional trash being generated by those facilities. And so that's the basis for the increase in the rate for vacation rental properties. Also, there was a question about the rate for home share properties. As you're aware, the home share properties are where the homeowner is in residence. They're renting out a room or a suite within their house. Based on that type of condition, Palm Springs Disposal Service is proposing to only charge the standard residential rate for home share vacation rentals. And again, they don't generate the amount of trash that we see with standard vacation rentals. And the homeowner is in residence, and for that reason, there's greater control of the property and the trash that's generated therein. Another thing that had been requested at our last meeting was to provide a comparison of the rates that other cities, customers in other cities pay relative to their trash collection services. What we have done is contacted other jurisdictions and asked for their rate schedule with their providers. You'll note that 3 of the jurisdictions have not yet adopted new rates based on SB 1383. City of Coachella, Indian Wells, and Rancho Mirage have yet to have those discussions. However, we have provided rate information for the other cities, and they have already adopted those increased rates. We do have to offer a caveat as you look at these rates. It's not a straight apples-to-apples comparison. Our consultant from Sloan Vasquez McAfee has stated that there are some differences. Number one, difference in the amount of the franchise fee that's collected in each jurisdiction, the services that are provided, the mix of services where there's a greater commercial market versus a residential market. They may be able to offer discounts to residential customers based on that mix. And so we can't do kind of a straight comparison between these rates. However, what you will notice is that generally there's about a $2 increase in the rates to provide the additional services that you see for the SB 1383. Going back to the fact that you can't compare these rates directly, if you look at Desert Hot Springs, their rates are vastly different than what you see in the other communities. They have a much different level of service in terms of their bulk collection for the average residential customer. And so that's why we offer caution in looking directly at those rates. One of the reasons why we engaged a consultant to advise the city on these rate proposals is that they are able to look at the proposal being offered by Palm Springs Disposal Service. And in our last staff report, you had their conclusions. And based on that, the rate proposal that you see before you this evening is consistent with what our consultant has recommended for the rate structure. Another thing that we discussed at our last meeting was the commencement of the service for organic waste collection for residential customers. As we had indicated, Palm Springs Disposal Service, even though they had placed their order for the new trucks, keep on receiving information from the supplier that the date is being pushed back and pushed back. We weren't able to say for certain when service would start. We had estimated that it could be as late as January of 2023 based on the receipt of those new vehicles. In the interim, Palm Springs Disposal Service has been able to lease trucks. They will be able to then start that organic waste collection with lease trucks on October 31st of 2022. That's when our new rate schedule would go into effect. They will continue to use the lease trucks until they receive the new trucks, again, estimated to be January of 2023, but that could get pushed further out. So those were the primary concerns, questions, and direction that we had received from council at the last meeting. With that, let me just talk briefly about some of the modifications to the agreement itself. As we had indicated, we're not doing kind of a strikeout underline version of the current agreement, but rather we're doing a wholesale update of the agreement. The reason for that is there have been a number of changes in state law, which requires us to update some of the language in the agreement. Also, our attorney from Best & Krieger has incorporated best practices, things that have changed significantly since this was originally adopted in 2013. Also clarifying some portions of the agreement that weren't immediately clear. And then incorporating, of course, the additional services that are required under SB 1383. And so for that reason, we started with a new template. And I realize that makes it difficult for you all to compare what has changed and what questions do we need to ask, what's different. And so for that reason, what we've tried to do is identify where there are some significant changes to the agreement. And let me just go through those briefly. First of all, in section 4.2 of the agreement, the scope has been modified to address the desire to allow for community composting and that separate providers may be able to come into town to do community composting. So we have included language in that section of the scope of the agreement to allow for community composting. In terms of the scope of collection services, that has been modified to address the additional services that are required under SB 1383. That not only includes the collection of organic waste, but also education, outreach, and reporting that is required on the part of both Palm Springs Disposal Service and we as the city as well have reporting responsibilities that we have to take care of. In terms of the franchise fee calculation in section 9.1, previously in the current agreement, there are 4 different fees that are collected, which overall total about 10.6 to 11%. What we have done is simplified that section of the agreement so that they just pay a flat 11% fee. And so that simplifies that section of the agreement. In terms of the extraordinary rate adjustment language in section 10.5, we've shortened the list of conditions that qualify for an extraordinary rate adjustment. I think we had 5 different items identified previously. We've reduced that list down to 2, and so that section has been modified accordingly. Insurance requirements, we just had a discussion about insurance. Our attorney has recommended that we increase the insurance requirement for Palm Springs Disposal Service, and so they have done that, and we've included that in section 11.11. In terms of the performance review, with the change to the agreement, we have kept the required review, which is coming up in 3 years. We also do have the ability to do additional reviews should the City Council choose to do so. I just wanted to make you aware that that is still a possibility. And then finally, we've added a new section to the agreement relative to liquidated damages. This is in particular relative to carrying out the responsibilities required under state law, SB 1383, and Palm Springs Disposal Services responsibilities relative to that. So those are the key changes to the language of the agreement. As I had mentioned, there are numerous changes that are just updating the agreement, removing confusion, et cetera. And so with that, that concludes my presentation to you this evening. We do have available for your questions representatives from Palm Springs Disposal Service. We have Mr. Chris Cunningham and Mr. Bob Kuznick, who can answer questions about the rate proposal, any questions about the implementation. We do have Joanna Jin, who will be joining us via Zoom, who is from Best and Krieger. She is the one who worked on the language of the franchise agreement and can answer any questions relative to changes in the language of the agreement. And then we have Mr. Enrique Vasquez from Sloan Vasquez McAfee. This is the city's consultant who provided us the analysis on the rates and also recommendations on key elements of the agreement. And so we do have those individuals available and on hand to answer your questions. And with that, I'll ask our IT to bring in Joanna and Enrique.
Flynn, as always, thank you for an incredibly comprehensive report. Are there questions for Flynn, for anyone? Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm not sure who this question goes to. I believe I've asked this in the past, and I'm sorry, but I've forgotten the answer. Are there any discounts or decrease in rate for low-income customers similar to what Edison or DCE and others do?
I'll ask Mr. Cunningham to come forward and respond to that question.
Good evening, and thank you, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the council, staff, and residents. Thank you for the time. I'm Chris Cunningham, Palm Springs Disposal Services. And yeah, so currently in the current agreement, we do have this free walk-in service for disabled. Now, we've been advised, because we go through the Prop 218 process now by the city's legal counsel, that there are some complications with discounting customers because of what you can and can't do. I'd like to defer to Ms. Jin on that one, if I may.
Sure, thank you, Chris. So under the California Constitution, Article 13D, there can't be any subsidy of any of the rates by any of the other customers. So if you offer a discount to low-income customers, other ratepayers can't pay for that discount. However, that discount can be provided and paid for by unrestricted funds, such as general fund revenues, or it can be offered by the hauler as well and paid for and covered by the hauler.
And we can cooperate with the city on any kind of, however you'd like to address that issue.
Thank you. The reason I raise it is because we have had the increase, the composting increase, everything like that. So I'm getting questions from my residents saying, wait a minute, this is expensive, and they get discounted rates through a gas company, through electric company, and so they're wondering if there were options or opportunities there. And if there are, I would love to be able to explore those further. But I wanted to at least raise that for the public. The other question I did have, though, was the increase for vacation rentals, because we just did a study session on vacation rentals recently, and we did have, I think, over 100 units that only rented their home between 1 to 3 times. And that's just a little bit of my concern is for our long-term residents who maybe only rent out their home 1 weekend or 2 weekends a year, they're going to get this much higher rate. And kind of how do we address that? Because I completely understand charging more for people who are renting out often, but what about those one-offs?
Right, I understand. Yeah, there's always going to be some issues that come up. We evaluate all the programs we have, so when we look at vacation homes, and more so over the last several years since there's been an ordinance, you notice that about half of them have increased service already. So there's a lot of issues there, but you bring up a good point. If how we address that and how we figure that out, I'm not sure yet, but it's something we can try to figure out.
Thank you. Yeah, if it's possible, some way, if someone could just say, hey, I have a documented history of only renting this many times, and I agree that I'm only going to continue, something like that.
Okay.
So those are just my two issues that I'd like to hear more about.
And I see one or two hands going up. Okay, Councilmember Kors.
Sure, and this is probably for a lawyer. So I understand the constitutional issue there, but so how are the programs that the gas company, electric utilities do discount rates? So how are they able to do them? Because if there's a way to do them, how's that different than in this situation? Just so we understand that.
Thank you, Councilmember Kors. So that would be very similar. Those discounts are generally paid for through non-rate revenues. So that would come from, property tax revenues or other unrestricted revenues. They just wouldn't be paid by other customers in that case.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Holstedge.
Thank you. Thank you so much for working with us. We appreciate, this is a whole process, and really appreciate you working with us. I know you've done a lot of good work putting notices in Spanish, and really appreciate you working with the city to work on lower rates for low-income folks, whether it's us working together or some way. I think it's a really important point as families are having a really hard time just making ends meet. So I just had questions about the vacation rental too, and I'm really interested in this because people have raised the impact of vacation rentals, especially from a sustainability point. How much trash are they generating? Are they going to the grocery store and buying all, the groceries and then throwing things away? I know a lot of vacation rentals require you to throw away items. When we rented our house out, we were freegans, and sometimes we would eat the food that was left over. But most, maid services or something, just throw it out. So I'm really interested in how much waste they're generating. I shouldn't have said that on TV. I'm really interested in that, and then how much, what you're seeing. Like, how do we suss out, which ones are generating a lot of waste or professional vacation rentals versus, which ones are just long-term renters that do it once or twice. So, but don't we require the higher coverage walk-in? We require walk-in service for vacation rentals, right? So every vacation rental would be charged this $50 fee as opposed to the $24 fee or whatever the proper amounts are there, or how will it apply?
Yeah, so the requirement right now is simply you can have whatever size cart you want. You would you're mandated to have the walk-in service. So our crews go in there, they take it, go into the backyard. I can tell you that some of the management companies make it a practice in their policy to have the customers or the highest level of service, which is the estate service, and it's an unlimited. So a lot of the times, the only way to quantify, so we get all of our information from our drivers. They have a tablet, they go back, they take pictures, they make reports, and that's how we find out just how bad it can be. Some are much more than others,
Thank you. That's really helpful. And I saw your vacation rental fact sheet that you presented just for council and the public. It's item 3B-13, page 13. So that was really interesting. So do you have overall data of how much trash or other material those are creating?
As
Like
far as
how many are enrolled in that service, the higher level service, how much waste they are expected to generate and how much they're enrolled for?
Yeah, so quantifying tonnage is difficult to get, but from the report, you can see just kind of what they have. Unlimited or estate services, you could have as many carts as you want to. But you see that nearly half of them subscribe to at least a higher level of service, but to quantify that in a tonnage is difficult to do. Like we'd have to do every house and then weigh it, and that would be a difficult thing to do.
Okay, thank you. This is helpful. I appreciate that. And so you think that the $53.61 per month, based on the additional service for the vacation rental rate, that's necessary because of that extra usage?
Yeah, for those that are doing estate service, obviously they have enough, no matter what. We collect everything that's in there. But based on the nearly 50% that upgrade their services anyway to at least a larger cart or an extra cart or even a second day of service, we feel that the 2 larger carts, 95 gallon, at least for everyone, would suffice and take care of the needs. With, of course, maybe some of those issues where someone's only renting once or twice a month. I can understand that. Or a year, yes, I can understand that.
Is there a way for them to opt down or reduce their rate if that's in fact the case, or they're finding it's too much, or it's just too hard on a case-by-case basis?
Right now it's a case-by-case basis. So I would hope that they would subscribe to the service that they need, right? And it looks like a lot of them do that. They get what they need to get. For those that are not, I'm not sure. That's a difficult assessment. I think it would be something we need to work with Vacation Code with, but we could certainly try.
Thank you. And just because you mentioned your drivers, just a shout out to your drivers who do really important work and are my toddler's absolute favorite activity to watch them go by on Tuesdays for us. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Let me add a couple of comments, and then I do have a question. I very much appreciate the conversation around vacation rentals, and that some vacation rentals are rented far less often than others. If we have divisions within vacation rentals, we're adding a significant layer of complexity to what's already an incredibly complex document. And I'd be reluctant to start looking at, do we have one layer for or do we have 2 layers? Do we have 3? Do we have 4? Under what circumstances? So I simply would urge some caution as to how far we go with this. I think the point of trying to provide assistance to low-income residents, particularly to help bridge the increases, is something that we should explore. I don't know that we will be able to take and do it between now and June 30, but that's something that we could make an adaptation at a later date if we need to. With that, I believe staff has done a remarkable job of responding to the questions that we have. And my question would be directed now to Mr. Valdez. Looking at the adjustments that have been made and all of the recommendations that you made originally, what's your level of satisfaction with this proposed agreement in comparison to others that you are seeing that are being negotiated in other cities?
Yes, thank you. My name is Vasquez, actually. Thank you.
Excuse me.
No problem. So the agreement that's before you, we collaborated on, and we've developed all the most current language and best practices that's been stated already, including all the SB 1383 requirements. And so it is very up to date, very current. Even the rate adjustment procedure, something that wasn't mentioned, but because I was heavily involved in, was simplified significantly. We negotiated with PSDS to make sure that they felt it was fair, but at the same time, as simple as it could be, to reflect a streamlined process so that you don't have to go through a big analysis every year. And so, yeah, with that, and we reviewed all the equipment that they recommended, the charges that they recommended, and the cost of capital that's going into the agreement. All of that was reviewed very carefully. And, you know, there are variances that could be nitpicked here and there, but not significant enough to make any big difference to the final rate. So it's a very good agreement that you have before you, very good prices. They even sharpened their pencil this last time based on my analysis and dropped the price a little further. So that was a good, I think, gesture on their part, because you know, even without that, it was still a good agreement. So I believe that you've got a very good agreement before you at very good rates.
Thank you for that. For staff, procedural question, we're seeing this as a first reading, or are we seeing this as a draft to provide comments on, and then it will come back for an official first reading on June 30?
What you are seeing is a draft agreement. It actually won't come back to you for adoption until September. What we need to do, though, however, is to finalize our rate structure so that we can do the hearing notice with the 45-day advance requirement. So what you will see is the final agreement in September, but we do need to finalize the rate structure by June 30th.
And do we have the option of finalizing the rate structure this evening, or?
Yes, we would certainly allow you and encourage you to do that if you could. However, if there are additional things you'd like to see relative to the rate structure, we're more than happy to work on that in the next week and a half.
What's the sense of council as to whether or not we want to have another crack at looking at the rates, or have we got enough to make a motion and move forward on the rates, acknowledging that we're going to follow up in a couple of areas? Mayor Pro Tem?
I think for me, it depends on what changes could be brought to us and if that would change the rate structure by next time or not. Forgive me, but I had thought that it was coming back to us on June 30th no matter what, so I wasn't prepared to try to get this sorted out ahead of time.
And that's okay. Again, we're more than happy to come back on the 30th, so no issues.
I just think my question really is just how possible is it if we're not going to be able to make those changes in time, then I'm okay with voting on something now and bringing back something more comprehensive, for instance, for low-income residents at a later date, but not if we just can wait one meeting and have it fixed.
Here's what I might recommend. I think we need to get together with our legal counsel and with PSDS to see if that really is a possibility, if that's something that we can do for the low-income customers. We're not going to have that answer for you tonight, obviously. And so based on that, what I might recommend is, if that is the concern of all council members, if you would like us to come back with additional information on whether or not we're able to do that, what I'd recommend is that we finalize the rates on June the 30th. We have a pretty good indication, if that's really the only thing that you want us to look at, that the rest of what we're proposing relative to the rate schedule is adequate and is sufficient. And with those things, and the only remaining thing to be relative to the low-income customers, I think we're in a very good position to finalize that discussion on the 30th.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Yes, please.
Thank you. I also wanted to provide a clarifying comment I made earlier in response to Councilmember Corr's question. If a private entity is the utility, in that case, the private entity would offer the discount. So, for example, Southern California Edison, if they wanted to provide a discount, they would offer it. Unless the city also wanted to provide its own separate discount apart from that.
Right. So if Southern California Edison can offer it, why couldn't Palm Springs Disposal offer it if they wanted to?
There would be nothing that would restrict that, but I would defer to Palm Springs Disposal Service to respond to that.
Okay. So I guess that's something that we should at least look at, because I think Palm Springs Disposal Service was under the impression that wasn't an option, right? So from what I heard. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
So notwithstanding the question of providing possible subsidy, are there any other issues that we want to hold over for June 30? So I'm comfortable with your suggestion, Flynn, myself, that we bring it back on June 30 solely for the question of can we provide some type of subsidy and information with regard to that, so council can make decisions on that. So we do not need a vote or anything this evening. We just simply need that discussion. All right. All right. Thank you. Please.
I just wanted to comment that they have to do it in the background. Oh, no. I think they have to do it in the, they're asleep. But you can hear me or no? It's recorded? The public cannot. All right.
Give us just a moment so that IT can turn on Councilmember Wood's microphone.
Right. Is it on?
I think it just came on, Dennis.
Oh, it did? Okay. Oh, great. Okay, there's no...
Now it's...
I want to thank the city staff for its foresight. It's been in place for a long time, and Palm Springs Disposal Service. I have gotten, since the rate you first presented it to us, I got great feedback in my community about the service you're providing, and I just wanted to give you that feedback. I also wanted to remind the public the wonderful thing that we have with our current contract is if you have a bulky item, you can call, they'll pick it up. This keeps mattresses and things out of our landfill, out of our desert. I'd encourage anyone to use it, that there's many benefits to the service that is provided in this city that not all cities have. So I want to thank everyone for their participation in that. Thank you.
With that, thank you all. Ms. Jen, Mr. Vasquez, thank you for your work. We will now move on to item 3C, approval of a professional services agreement with John Friedman, Alice Kim Architects, a California corporation, for architectural design services for the Palm Springs Navigation Center. Staff report, please.
Madam Mayor and members of the city, Joel Montalvo, Engineering Services. The item before you today is for design services for the Palm Springs Navigation Center to John Friedman, Alice Kim Architects. Staff, in collaboration with county staff, prepared the request for proposals requesting comprehensive architectural, civil, mechanical, electrical, and landscape design services for the Navigation Center. On April 4th, 2022, the city received complete proposals from design teams. The evaluation committee, composed of city and county staff, found that John Friedman, Alice Kim Architect team submitted the most qualified proposal for the project. Jay Barada, who is in the audience there, our community and economic development director, will give an update on the overall navigation center program and the possible grant, the Key 2 grant.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. This is just a supplement city engineer's report. You will recall we previously came before you to discuss the concept for this navigation center, which is an 80-unit residential facility, as we are still planning it for 5 families, transitional age youth units. There will be 10 of those, and the remainder of the units will be for adults. The facility will provide case management, assistance obtaining benefits and essential documents, education and employment services, including computer training and job training, housing retention skills, clothing vouchers, a small play area for the families, and family connection services and transportation. So those are among the services that are being planned at the facility. I do want to touch on the project costs a little bit. As you may know, you may recall, back in January, we entered an agreement with the county for a loan for the acquisition for the site at 3589 McCarthy. And in that agreement, we utilized the County of Riverside's ARPA funds, American Rescue Plan Act, in the amount of $5.7 million to purchase the property. We estimate that construction will be $10 million. Rehabilitation of the existing buildings will be approximately $400,000. And as you see in your staff report, the architect and engineering services are at $860,640. And so that comes in at about a $17 million acquisition and build. What we've applied for through the Home Key 2 funding is approximately $19 million that would cover those costs. It would reimburse the cost of acquisition for the county, and the county would then add those funds back into the project. It also includes an operating subsidy of approximately $3 million that would supplement the additional funds the city plans to use for the operations, which primarily is $5.3 million from the HHAP funds, that $10 million grant that had been received from the state. I also want to let you know that with our consultants, LaSar Development Consulting, we've done extensive community outreach. There have been 3 community meetings in March and April. There have been 7 stakeholder meetings, including those with Upper West Side, Mountain Gate, local businesses, hospitality, nonprofit organizations, healthcare, and community leaders. And these meetings will continue as we progress with the with this project. There's also been a community survey, and the city's website has information on the Navigation Center, giving an overview and background on it. There's an online presentation of one of the community meetings that's also available to view, and frequently asked questions, which are pretty extensive in responding to those questions that were received most frequently. The consultants also conducted a lived experience survey. So they wanted to know from the homeless population how they felt about such a facility and their familiarity with it. So that information, and along with the Resident Advisory Working Group, which will be an ongoing group of individuals to provide feedback and concerns regarding the operations and the design of the Navigation Center. And all this input that will be received is going to be used for, again, for the design and operations of the Navigation Center. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Are there questions for staff? Councilmember Holstridge.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that staff report and staff's work on this. You just identified a number of items that will be located at the site or might be located at this site. I'm just trying to find in the staff report where that's listed, because I know we got that question at the community meeting that I attended. So could you either detail that for the community or point it out for them, for people who might be listening along?
I don't think it's listed in the staff report in that specific manner. However, these are services that we are, well, I should say, that are being considered to be offered at the Navigation Center. We do want to be careful with what works best and what will fit the time frame for the construction of the Navigation Center. Many services can be added after the initial center and the basic deliverables that the city is responsible for are completed. But what I described were 80 residential units, which would include 5 units for families and 10 units for transitional aged youth. So that leaves 65 for the remainder of the population. Case management, which is really critical to help individuals advance from one phase of their experience to getting closer to permanent housing or a permanent solution. Assistance obtaining benefits and essential documents is much like the wraparound services that are being offered at the Access Center currently by Martha's Village. And these types of documents are necessary for individuals to take advantage of public benefits. Education, employment, and training. Martha's is actually already well known for training in the area of food preparation, and they will be continuing that at the Navigation Center, along with other training opportunities that they can provide there, utilizing the computer training that they have. Housing retention skills. Individuals really have to be at a certain point in and prepared to take on the responsibility of maintaining their property, the properties they may move into and rent on a permanent basis, paying the rents, and understanding everything that goes together with preparing to go to work, getting to work, how to manage funds. So this type of life training will also be included, or is planned. Clothing vouchers is something that Martha's is currently doing at the Access Center. And the way that works is instead of having to store and use clothes that may continually be washed, or if there's not a washing facility available for some individuals, what Martha's practice has been to issue vouchers where individuals will go to the stores and get the clothing that they need. And again, this is part of that life training, just to get them reacclimated with the steps and the processes of taking care of oneself. I mentioned a small play area. There will be the 5 units for families, so that would be there for children at the facility to play. Family connection services. It's a very positive outcome if we can have individuals reconnect with their families and that may have previously been kicked out. So that's, again, a positive outcome. And transportation. Martha's is, they've got two large vans available, and I think what I was told is 2 small vans, so they will be able to assist the people living there at the facility with getting to appointments if necessary.
Thank you. I think that's helpful for the public to know about because we've been asked about it, and we want to be as transparent as possible. So what's the process for determining exactly what will be on site and who's involved in that process?
We're working closely with the service provider, Martha's Village and Kitchen, who is using their experience of operating their facility in Indio to help us plan for the build out of the Navigation Center. So, you know, as we're still working with the community, we do want to get a good sense of if there are services at this Navigation Center, would the services be sustainable if they did not serve the community? And even if they did serve the community, would they still be sustainable? So we want to evaluate the best process for bringing services on, say, like a dental facility. Should that be in-house, or should we work with the mobile dental facilities that are available? So those are some of the drivers in those decisions. We're defining some of the spaces as flex space, kind of depending on what those opportunities bring. So it's sort of in that planning phase still. And as we bring on the architect, we will work with them to design the space and refine the services and the programs to be offered. And through those, it's an iterative process, but the project will emerge through that effort.
Thank you. And then when will those approvals come before council so the community will have opportunities to weigh in?
For the types of services to be offered?
Right, so maybe city staff can help out too, or the city manager, like what is the timeline for approvals for this project? So right now, we're being asked for the approval of the professional service agreement with an architect. I see on page 49, it explains the schematic design development, construction documents within terms of weeks, and then the 52-week timeline. So I'm asking for the public to know, when are the approvals coming before city council so that they'll have an opportunity for public comment, and then when will council have an opportunity to then give feedback about what's going to be on the site? I care about that because we committed to the community that there would be community investments that would benefit the whole community, like a dental clinic or things like that. So I think the community and council has an interest in knowing what and approving what's going to be on the site. I don't know if you have that answer, or the city manager, about timeline of approvals.
So let me just offer, number one, of course, we would appreciate any direction from council about the kinds of things you'd like to bring back, and you've mentioned some of those. I think more than likely as we proceed with design, we'll also be making some operational decisions, and there would likely be some sort of refinement to the agreement that we have with Martha's once we identify actual programs, actual costs, or proposed ones, I should say. And bringing that document back would also contain a lot of those programs. But we can put some earlier checkpoints in that process when things are still fairly high level and conceptual, if that's council's desire, to just make sure that we have the level of transparency and engagement you're looking for.
Right, with the downtown park, we did, 25% or 50% or 100%, just some markers in there I think would be helpful for council to have some weigh in, and other community partners as well. Thank you, that's helpful. I just have one other question. So this is for modular, as well as modular design in buildings, as well as improvement of the existing buildings. Is that right? Is that what was intended? I don't think we approved the RFP. So some of this is new information to me, even like the list of everything on site.
Yes, that's correct. From a cost perspective, modular units were being looked into, and for the ease of being installed on the space that the big lot that is there at the project site.
And this is roughly similar to the conceptual design that was presented early on in terms of, certainly some final decisions to be made in terms of utilization of space within the existing structures and things like that. But I think from that early concept, it contemplated the separate small units that would be more appropriate for transitional housing than something like more dormitory style that would make use of the existing building. So I think even at that concept level, it did contemplate some level of kind of small residential modular development outside of the footprint of the existing buildings, and relying on the existing buildings for some more of the administrative space, program space, and services and things of that nature. But again, still some of that to be worked out through the course of design.
Thank you, that's helpful. And then just one last thing, sorry, Mayor, I said one more, but I meant two more. So this firm has done other navigation centers, it looks like, and there's a very small picture in the packet of what they've done, at least for homelessness services. And I was just wondering if there was more. On page 34, it says CD8 Homeless Navigation Center, but you could really just see like the screening. You can't see the building at all. So do we have examples of the work that they've done, and has that been modular?
I'll defer to the city attorney if he has some, city engineer if he has some information on that. CD8, I believe, refers to Council District 8 in Los Angeles.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, so the architect's proposal did include one Navigate, they called it Navigate in LA, but in the proposal, they did not have modular examples that they worked on. They had other projects that were similar, but really the one that they were really did well on in the proposal is the CD8 Homeless Navigation Center.
Thank you.
So thank you. This is a contract to approve to obtain a design team, and I was quite impressed with the background and experience of the people that I see who are going to be involved, and we know we want to have considerable amount of public input into the process, but as I think back to some of past projects, such as the downtown park that have been successful, the design teams gets in, gives us some options, gives us some parameters from which we can work on, and the conversation becomes a much more informed conversation. So I'm anxious to get this approval and allow them to get started with working with us and working with the community. With that, I'll make a motion. Go ahead, Councilmember
I have
Woods.
to wait for my mic, I think. Jay, this is for the full architectural packages for the entire site, or just for the modular?
For 2 out of the 3 buildings and the modular.
For 2 out of the 3 buildings and the modular. Right. And who's doing the master planning for the whole thing?
This may involve some master planning at some point, but because of the funding, its limitations, the funding being the Home Key 2 funding, and their design criteria for the units requiring windows and certain circulation and certain amenities inside the units, which could not be accommodated in the larger building. The larger building was not included in this initial design. So it is just for 2 out of the 3 buildings and the modular.
So I just want to ask just in going to those neighborhood meetings and in listening to residents and whatnot, how the site is designed, right? How the lighting is designed, how the noise is designed, how the dog park is incorporated, whatever's being incorporated. That seems to be missing in all of this, or am I missing the point here?
No, I believe that is all the work the architects will start developing, and then that will be the iterative process on the design. They will come back with a schematic design, a conceptual layout for the site, and then hear the responses from the operators and city staff and the community.
Okay, because I don't see that in the proposal. That's why I'm asking. I don't see that explicitly put out in the proposal that they submitted, and I didn't review those proposals like you and the team from the county did. So that's one question. That's a big concern, because how that site is designed and ultimately operates is really what's going to impact the neighborhood, right? And it's going to impact the success of the center. And that seems to be a missing part of this. Designing the buildings and putting windows and ADA and all that, that's minor compared to how the whole thing is done. So that's my concern, is who's going to fill that gap in, and how are they coordinating it? And the second thing is thank you for working with the working group. I'm glad that's up and running. I'm glad people volunteered and are part of it. And if I heard you correctly, they're going to be part of this process as well.
That's correct.
Okay. But when I look at their proposal, I think the mayor just said, we want to have the community very engaged. If we go after more than 3 meetings, which will likely happen, are we going into a contract amendment here? Or, because they don't put out how many meetings they're doing. And I just am surprised, that's all.
Actually, Councilmember Woods, I recused myself from reviewing the proposals, as a relative of mine was employed by one of these firms. So I would have to defer to those who reviewed it to provide more input on that. But, we do, I think that what you're calling master planning is what we, as we've been planning this, refer to as operations, how this would work, the flow of people, the flow of any vehicles, and food coming onto the site. That's being done with our consultants and with the operator, Martha's Village and Kitchen.
And I would just add, it can be difficult at this stage, no matter what we anticipate for engagement, to know if it's going to be exactly 3, 5, 7, 10, because sometimes we come in to one meeting and get direction for follow-up work. So there is some possibility that we would need a contract amendment. Bottom line is, if council wants to see more frequent engagement, we'll approach the project that way. And if it requires some time from the consultant and a small change, we would just recommend processing that change to make sure that you and the community are comfortable with the direction we're going and the scope of services. If something was anticipated to be lower scale, whether it's landscaping or considering the tie between operational flow and design, and we need to make it more robust, just like any other project, like the downtown park or anything else, it might take a little bit of pivoting and shifting of focus. But I think what's most important is that the council and community get the project that you expect and that you're looking for. So we can certainly process changes to make sure that we're available and handling this the way you think it needs to be handled.
And who in the city is going to oversee, or what department or division is going to oversee the whole thing?
Our engineering department.
The engineering department, okay.
Yeah, I mean, it will be a group effort because of the connection with community and economic development, the city manager's office, and our engagement group with Denise Goolsby. I mean, it will be more than one, but direct oversight of the contract would fall to the city engineer and his team.
For the architect's work, and then in the same way we would construct city facilities, city forces would manage contracts from those who do that work, and the operator would also be under a contract that city staff would manage.
I guess what I voiced my concern with that. I do want to keep this moving forward. I think public engagement that we've started, we have to continue. We need to set that expectation since they don't put out number of meetings. When I've written proposals, you put out the number of meetings, what's expected, what's not expected, what your deliverable is, you know, and none of that's in here. It's a very sparse proposal in my opinion. So I hate for us to get into we're going down the road and we get into a $200,000 amendment, which is very easy with architectural services, and we're delaying the project because then the amendment has to come back to council again. I would almost rather have this front-loaded so we're very clear in what we're getting than back-loaded or do amendments knowing maybe this firm underbid it. I mean, that's what happens sometimes too. And I do think we need a team. The team should include somebody from the planning department, somebody from your department, somebody from the city manager's department that comes together and works with these, not just the engineering department overseeing a contract, because this is too vital for us. It needs to be successful. We're throwing millions of dollars at it, the county included, and I just want to see a bigger plan. I think that's what the people are complaining about. What will it be? And I hate to piecemeal it into separate pieces and see a holistic view.
So if it's council's preference that we expand the scope to include some of those elements and bring it back, we certainly can. But just to mention some of what you outlined in the process, I'd kind of indicated that the city engineers would have direct oversight, but that it is a group effort. We've actually, throughout this process, even leading up to now, had weekly meetings, including county representatives, city manager's office, community economic development, planning, and has been integrated with service providers, plus our consultant on the side, LaSar. So we have taken that approach, that it's a real all hands on deck. We do think that there's a place to assign roles and responsibilities. So for instance, if LaSar and the staff team are already overseeing some of the work group effort, and we have certain design components for review, the architect per se may or may not need to be there to present the information. What's important is that that collaborative effort is working in concert, or that's at least the position we've taken. But again, we can expand the scope and make sure that it's front-loaded, as you indicated, if that's your preference, and we could do that immediately after approval, or if you would prefer, we can incorporate those elements into the scope and bring it back before approval of the contract.
I'm fine with that. The expectation, I think, of what at least the neighbors want and what I've heard and what the contract says might be a little off, and I just want to make sure it's together, it's simpatico. And I do think we need to have a conductor. You said concert. We have to have a conductor. If you have disparate teams working, many times you miss things, and we've done this in other projects the city has approached. And I'm just, at the onset of this, I'm just really looking to make sure, the talk is cheap, but having it in the contract is where it really matters.
So again, I think we would propose to continue to have at least weekly meetings with the team that I just mentioned, plus anybody else who needs to come on board. And we may or may not need the architect per se to say, present a design component if we can otherwise cover that presentation, but you're exactly right. I think the reason that I, as the city manager, have been in those meetings but have not been in other project-related meetings is because of the elevated importance of that project. The reason we do it in concert all together in one meeting rather than in disparate pieces is to make sure all those eyes and ears are kind of focused together, and that I can personally hear any concerns from Greg Rodriguez at the county, so that Jay can hear from Flynn, so that Flynn can hear from me, and keep that going. But anything else that you envision as being important as part of this scope, the architect per se, again, please just, council can give that direction, and we can expand the scope prior to or immediately after approval of the contract.
If I can, and I appreciate all the questions and wanting to make sure we get this right. What we have before us is a design team contract. And if what we are going to do is design the project from the dais and design all of the project elements from the dais, then we're going to be here for a very, very long time, and we will not have the expertise of an experienced design team to work with. I'm not sure I understand what the purpose of the delay is in moving forward, other than to say this could happen or that could happen. And I apologize, but anything could occur. But what we are being asked to do is this the architect that we want to work with? And if it's not, then let's talk about why we feel the architect is deficient.
I don't know, is my mic, yeah. Thank you, Mayor. I don't think it's an issue of if the architect is deficient at all. I think it's just to make sure, and I'm not asking to delay it, and I think the city manager has offered us some options to that. I think it is to make sure that the scope of services and what our expectation is are simpatico with what our contract is going to say. I have no intention of designing it from the dais in any way, shape, or form. But I just want, the lack of a conductor and who's doing the master planning is just of a little bit of a concern because I think that's the bigger issue. I mean, the components, right, have to work together as a whole. And that's really what I'm getting to, that's all. So whether we delay it or we just give some direction to the city manager and to city staff, I'm fine with.
Are there any other comments?
I'll weigh in. I understand the concerns that are being raised by Councilmember Holstich and Councilmember Woods. I think there's an interest from the community of having more regular updates. I know I get asked about it a lot, and I'm a little sparse on information to provide. I do think that this firm looks incredible. I mean, I looked at their website, and their work is stellar. I feel comfortable moving forward with that, but what I'm hearing is that there's a need for more information provided to council and to the community, and just updates, and making sure that they're included in the process, so that we don't have the issues that we had at the start of this project with people feeling that they were blindsided by it coming before us. So I'm comfortable moving forward with this firm.
Councilmember Holstich.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I had just raised that not to design it from the dais, but we committed to the neighborhood that this would be done well and it would have certain components that would benefit the neighborhood too. And so it's just, I don't see that information in here. And so I just wanted to ask for the public, and it shouldn't necessarily be in here. I mean, like you said, this is qualifications in a response to an RFP. I don't think we saw and approved that RFP, so we're sort of responding to that difference as well. And so, but I did, just to flag, I don't see, I went to the architect's website and clicked the link for the CD8 Navigation Center, and then it says page not found. And then I can't find other photos of it. I found a press, oh, did you? Okay, it didn't work for me. Can you send it? I just wanted to see examples, and it wasn't included. So I'm trying to like Google it here really quickly. But I think that the qualifications are good, the response is good, the process that staff went through is very thorough to rate these and select. But I do agree with Councilmember Woods that it is important to do this really well, and we haven't designed and developed a project of this magnitude, and we heard those concerns from the community, and the city is not a developer. I know that we're working with a number of partners who have developed these projects, so we just need to clarify that and have a good, transparent public process with clear input. So that's really all I was requesting. I was in support of moving this forward, and obviously this is huge opportunity for our city with our funding and the county funding available. And so I didn't mean to distract from that point. What we've heard from the community is they want clear, next steps and timeline and information. And so I wanted to ask for that.
Councilmember Kors.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, some of that sort of what I want to say is, I know we're talking about some specifics on the contract, but this is really an exciting moment that we're moving forward with this at the pace we are. So I really want to thank staff for all their work on this. And, I went through their website, and I agree with everyone else. They look incredibly qualified to do this work. I did appreciate, so I'd like us to move forward with this. Just a couple ideas is maybe once a month when we do council and city manager updates, that maybe you can give an update, Justin, on sort of what's happening so the community sort of gets those regular updates at a council meeting and we get those regular updates. And I appreciated sort of Councilmember Wood's comments about a conductor on the whole project, right? And you being involved at this level gives me a lot of confidence because you're sort of in charge of the whole city. So I think that is something you normally don't do on projects, and I think that sends an important message. The only thing that concerned me, the Councilmember Woods raised, is so they're doing a modular in 2 of the 3 buildings, but where is the overall, right? It's that overall design that everything fits together, and that I didn't quite hear an answer on. So that would just be helpful to know, and maybe someone on staff can, great.
If I might, the proposal that went out did have a schematic design that had been worked on and did have a layout of the entire site. That when you're building the modular units, you will have to grade the site, you will have to move dirt around, you have to do various landscaping. So the architect did that schematic or exhibit and is aware of where the city wants to be. So they are going to be a conductor in that sense. The bigger building is going to be left out of the project, but for the most part, the entire site is going to be touched by the architect and the civil team. And under my review, I'll be making sure that you do proper, at least engineering, and with the entire team, we'll be looking at the entire site as well. So,
right. And I think the important thing, at least from my perspective, and what I think I've heard from council, is, and it's great because it's the reason we got the operator first, was we have, Martha's involved in this from day one, right? Who knows how to make this work successfully for the clients. And is also concerned that it works for the neighborhood because we see how they're running the access center. But I think that is one message that we've all heard, is to make sure this is working well with the neighborhood, that we just want on the forefront. And I know it is on your forefront, Justin, in these, but make sure that that's incorporated as we move forward on this. Thank you.
If I might just make a suggestion based on the conversation this evening, if you're inclined to approve the contract, I think what we might do is huddle up as a team right away. And we already have substantial notes on what we think is a good engagement plan, but we could expand that to include the touch points with council, the frequency of community meetings, the areas of prominent interest where we want to make sure we're coming back and collecting feedback, and just put together an entire outline of how that flow will work and the go-between between kind of the staff level team that's kind of helping direct services and incorporating input from Martha's plus the community plus council, and present that to you and seek your feedback. And then you can scale that up or down or whatever you want to do from there, but that would give you a clearer place, on 1 or 2 pages to kind of see the whole thing and make sure that it's what you're looking for.
Councilmember Holstage.
Thank you. And just to clarify, I wasn't asking for more inputs or more meetings or more outreach because I just don't know what that timeline looks like. So what I was just asking for is a public pathway that we can explain, here are the touch points that counselor is going to have, because otherwise what you have is what I'm doing right now. Oh no, is this the first opportunity we're going to have to talk about what elements are there? When is this going to come back for design review? I don't know that, and so then you have me giving input now, right? As opposed to just approving it. So I think just not to advocate for more, but just what will that process be and how can we publicize that for stakeholders?
Are we to the point of, Councilmember Woods?
One other, I just want to reference page item 3C-38. So their sub is VCA is going to do the civil engineering, is that correct? And then they have like 2 engineering teams, a landscape team, a lighting team, structural engineering, that's all part of this contract? I just want to make sure that that whole square box down below is, or is that going to be other contracts coming forward?
That's all part, excuse me, that is part of the contract. The design team is supposed to have a civil, mechanical, electrical, landscape architect. It's all part of one team.
Great, thank you.
Are we to the point of motion? We've got one, all right. And is there a second?
Yeah.
All right. And any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Holstage.
Yes.
Councilmember Course.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Middleton.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
So that brings us to item 3D, which is our budget, which is going to be the longest part of tonight's agenda. Is there a need for a break before we begin the budget? And the other question I would ask, Michael, we usually go to non-agenda public comment at 9 p.m. Do we have any non-agenda public comment? 3. Would we want to come back from our break and begin with a non-agenda public comment and then move to the budget discussion? All right. If you would make that known to whoever's going to be making public comment, and we will resume at 8:40. from recess, and we will begin with non-agenda public comment. Madam Clerk, could you make the calls, please?
Brad Anderson, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Great. Good evening. My name is Brad Anderson. I currently live in the city of Rancho Dominguez. I just wanted to make a comment at the, I believe, May 27th of the last regular city council meeting at Palm Springs in the non-agenda comment area of the meeting. I made comments concerning Cvag and one of the council members and the homeless committee and so forth on public comments. And then the city council member decided to make comments after me. And I guess my issue with that was misinformation of what she stated. And I'll go ahead and write that down and submit that in a written statement too. But I wanted to bring attention to, I noticed on the video log of that meeting, when I tried to review it, there was no video index for the non-agenda public comments. And I wasn't the only speaker. There was a speaker that was talking about the one of the closed session items of the legal counsel. And so it seems odd that was detailed or removed or not easily found, just a week before that current council member was elected to a new position. So that's something to consider, and I will go ahead and write that down and submit it. And thank you very much for letting me talk tonight. Bye-bye.
Michael McDaniel, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor, Council, guests, and citizens. I am Michael McDaniel, Director of Donor Recruitment for Lifestream Blood Bank. We are the primary blood bank for the hospitals in the desert and the only local nonprofit blood bank serving the area. I'm speaking to you this evening to update you on the state of the blood supply as we move into our toughest collection month and the upcoming 9 Cities Challenge. Every 2 seconds, someone in the United States needs blood. We currently have 2 days of blood on the shelf. This low level is considered critical, which means that elective surgeries may be postponed and patients may not receive blood when they need it. This also means we are not ready for a mass trauma incident like we saw in Buffalo or Uvalde. People often forget that we can't make blood in the lab. It must come from people volunteering to donate. We need the city to help us promote blood donation. You are all influential people and know other influential people and community leaders. I'm asking you to speak to your friends that own businesses or lead civic organizations and ask them to host a blood drive. They can help Palm Springs in the upcoming 9 Cities Challenge. This is a friendly competition that begins in July and ends August 31st. We will be giving prizes for the largest total collection, largest single blood drive, and largest total per capita. These awards will be presented at the first annual Heroes Luncheon on September 9th, and each city will be gifted a table, and we encourage each city to invite their local heroes. Palm Springs collected 1,076 pints in 2021. I think Palm Springs can collect 1,500 pints this year, and I think at least 300 of those can come from the 9 Cities Challenge. I hope the city will support this effort and help us make sure there is enough blood on the shelf for the needs of the citizens of Palm Springs. Will you help someone have another tomorrow? Please visit lstream.org to donate today. Thank you so much for your time.
Madam Mayor, that concludes our list.
All right, thank you. We will now move to item 3D, which is a review of the preliminary fiscal year 2022-23 General Fund, Measure J Fund, Airport Fund budgets, and a review of the preliminary 5-year capital improvement program for fiscal year 2023 through 2027. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I will get us started. I don't know if I can advance slides or if PSTV can advance to the next one. Just to orient everybody to where we are on the calendar, we've had 3 study sessions so far on April 25th, May 5th, and June 8th. Here we have an additional opportunity to make a handful of more or less final decisions before we intend to hold a public hearing and final adoption of the budget June 30th. So the flow of the day, we have a few things that we would like to cover. Last study session, we were successful solidifying uses for Measure J funding and made some progress starting to review potential budget additions in the general fund and some more general direction in the capital projects plan. So we'd like to primarily finish up with those general fund additions and direction on the capital plan. We also did include in your packet of materials, and apologize that it came later than the first materials, but some additional information on all other funds. So we want to review tonight some of those smaller funds that are generally pretty stable, where there aren't many decisions to be made, if any, actually. But noting that we really only have one more meeting to present the total budget and approve it. Wanted to make sure you had an opportunity to see those, ask any questions, and give direction if it may be needed. So if it's okay with council, we'd probably like to start there because that's a pretty simple piece, and then we'll move on to the general fund and capital improvements plan.
So I think that's an appropriate place to start. Let me do a check with council, though. Do we want to try to get through as many things where there's consensus and agreement as quickly as possible so that we can then concentrate on the areas that we have differing questions, concerns, or maybe even opinions?
We only want to make sure there's an opportunity to ask questions. In particular, there was one question earlier about reserves that are available for claims. So one of those smaller funds is our risk management fund. Really, we just have a couple slides that list them and kind of look at balances and the volume of dollars that are involved. And I think we would probably just entertain questions at that point, so we don't intend to present them all.
Perhaps, Justin, you could start with the smaller funds, and let's begin very quickly with, are there questions, are there comments, are we ready to move on?
Great. If that's okay with the rest of council, we can advance the slide, and actually, Chris, our assistant finance director, will be the one to field questions, but you really have two slides here, so we'll ask if you have questions on the first and then the second. And just to orient you quickly to the layout, what you see is the beginning fund balance starting in 22, the proposed budget revenues, any transfers in, expenses, and transfers out, and then the projected fund balance at the end of that cycle in 2023. So this gives you really a sense of scale. This is all funds, so you see the big ones like the general fund, but then you see a number of much smaller funds that generally have restricted purposes. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions for staff, for city manager? Councilmember Coors.
Sure. Just on the one we talked about before, so the risk management fund is $7 million right now, and is that sort of, I think that's typically the amount we want to keep in it as claims are paid, so that would get replenished from where, or just each year we'd replenish it? Just want to understand the process for that.
Sure, I can take that one. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Coors. So this is where all of our employee fringe benefits kind of flow through, and so we charge back the departments for all of that, and then we charge back a little extra to build the fund as well. So that's how it gets built year over year.
Now, the risk management fund?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can see the $7 million starting balance,
right.
Revenues and expenses close to 20 or 21, but a slight excess revenues, and that fund balance grows to about 7.6. So that's the increment that, you know, in years where claims may be low, grows. When claims are higher, we may need to transfer into that fund, but that size is generally capable of handling any number of small claims or even potentially a pretty significant one. It's still enabling us to recover and likely not exhaust the funds. I mean, there's always the potential, but that is a fairly healthy balance, I think.
Agreed. Okay. I just want to be clear on that. Thank you. I think that's...
Other questions? on these funds? Councilmember Halsted.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, I wasn't prepared to do it this way, so now I have to readjust my lack of organization. So the Quimby Fund I'm interested in, obviously, because that's new parks. So I saw that it was on the last, Fund 152, Quimby Act Fund. So proposed budgeted expenses, and I just had questions over what those expenses were. I saw that there were some police overtime, I thought, budgeted in that Quimby Act, and so correct me if I'm wrong there, but I was just wondering that we have budgeted revenue coming in and what those expenses were. If that's a question you can answer off the top of your head or address later.
I believe, and I think if our city engineer is still on, I believe that is a project related to parks that he will oversee, and if Joel is still on, I think he might be able to address that.
Yeah, I have it here. I think the actual question, can you repeat what the actual question was for the Quimby Fund, the use of the Quimby Fund?
What's the budgeted expenses for the Quimby Fund?
So I have several projects, and I don't have them right now in front of me, but the Quimby funds are strictly for park projects. They're going to be set aside for park projects. And I'm trying quickly to look to see if I can spot where the use of those Quimby funds is, but I can't write. But I can go back and get that information before we finish.
Thank you. And then we're holding do you have an answer?
Yeah, I have the answer for the Quimby Act. The $150,000 is actually earmarked for the planning and design of the pickleball courts.
Okay, so that's where all of the pickleball court money is coming from, or is there's some in the general fund as well?
I believe in year one, the 150.
Wasn't that Measure J?
No. 20.
Right, I thought it was in Measure J.
Yeah, there was a portion that came from Measure J, but
and a portion
that came from Quimby.
Quimby funds. Another set aside for the Denise Dog Park, the Quimby funds will also be used for the Denise Dog Park as well.
Yeah, so it's fairly common that with some of those projects, we blend sources of funds.
Sure.
Yeah, and yep, so some of the ones that you've already seen where Measure J or other sources are used may also use some of the Quimby funds.
Yeah, it's half Measure J, half Quimby for the pickleball.
Thank you. And then we're keeping a ending balance of 1.3 in the Quimby fund. So we're not planning on using that for other park investments over the year?
So currently, no, but as you know, we did include a $3 million placeholder out of reserve balance, and this demonstrates that you may have some flexibility, given that there are parks-related projects throughout the capital improvements plan. We feel confident that there are uses for those, but if you felt that this has an impact on what other sources of funds you want to set aside because they kind of form a grand total for investment in things like parks, you might consider the availability of Quimby funds.
Thank you. I know the council was really considering park investments, and then we used Quimby funds to build a new park with the downtown park, and so there is an importance of holding some funds in there and being able to save up for larger projects, but also kind of the balance of what we're spending Measure J on. So that's why I wanted to just raise that since that's an important fund for us, but I didn't have any other questions or comments on any of the other funds. Oh, no, I did. I'm sorry. Housing Successor Agency. Sorry, my baby woke up every hour this week, and so I'm all over the place. Housing Successor Agency Fund. So could you just detail that? I know we get questions about housing funds that are available, and then there's a request, the city manager's recommendation to do $10 million for a separate housing fund that we'll be able to allocate. But I was a little surprised to see that like $4.8 million in that fund. So could you just explain to us what's available there for us to use and how those funds could be used? Thank you.
Yes, I believe these funds are part of what's already allocated for the ALLO project. Again, we blended funding, 1.4 million in HAP funds, and I believe Allo had 400,000, and then Vista Sunrise 2 project had, I think, 1.6 million in housing successor agency funds plus 2 million from the HAP funds for that. The balance, the fund balance seems to fluctuate, so I'm not exactly sure what the rest of those are for. We do utilize some of those funds for staff. We're allowed to utilize, I think, 250,000 for staff each year from the remaining housing successor agency fund.
So you just detailed some of that would have been the last fiscal year's expenses, but how do we pay them out? So the 2.5 proposed budgeted expenses for the housing successor fund?
It's not out the door yet. Allo hasn't completely gotten all their funding. We're still receiving invoices from Vista Sunrise 2, so those are still flowing in. And so it's a certain amount will have to be carried over, and I believe this is part of the carryover on that fund. Since it doesn't replenish, we spend this out, that's it for the Housing Successor Agency Fund.
So some of that 4.8 is earmarked or already promised or pledged to other housing projects?
Yes.
Do you know how much is not earmarked?
No, and I say that because the starting point is the fund balance. And then we know what the commitments are, we know what's been going out the door, but if we've nailed down the fund balance, it appears there might be $1 million in here that may be programmable, but we do have uses for them, so.
Thank you, that's helpful as we analyze how much money to set aside in a housing fund and what's available. Thanks.
Are there other comments and questions on these funds? So barring any further comments or questions on these, I think we're providing to staff guidance that we're satisfied with this, which doesn't mean we won't come back on June 30 and have a question that we didn't think of, but it certainly allows us to start to move forward. Councilmember Holstich.
Thank you, Mayor. So that includes the Measure J fund. So the discussion that we had with Measure J, with the joint meeting and the direction. One thing I noted in reviewing all of this material was that we had discussed giving Measure J a raise to $3 million or something different than the $1 million annual allocation, since the $1 million was, when Measure J was $9 million and not $19 million a year or 20 or more. So I saw that was only applied for this budget cycle, but not moving forward. So we didn't give them a raise for future years. And then I had also noted that we're discussing an allocation for parks of $3 million. But I was wondering if we should also include some of that conversation we had with Measure J. Is there a direct annual allocation for certain categories of projects from the Measure J fund? Right, and council sort of discussed, should we leave $6 million in however much is currently left out, that's still remaining, or should we, fund more projects moving forward, like the public comment that we had? So, sorry, this is hard to do totally separated out because the Measure J fund impacts the general fund and the conversations that we're having about how to fund parks and other purposes. But does that make sense? So for the Measure J Capital Projects Fund, does staff have this is staff's recommendation, considering all of that discussion that we had with Measure J and council about funding parks and other city infrastructure?
So save for any, we've already noted a couple of mistakes where, we were working on a pretty quick deadline to incorporate council's direction on a Wednesday evening for materials that went out the following day. So there could be a few things that are just off. So by all means, if you see these kinds of things, let us know. I think what this is intended to show is number one, the kind of aggregate dollars that were allocated to Measure J, but not exactly how. One of the things that we see in our capital improvements plan, different from this screen that only has an ending balance as of the end of 23, is that we know there are those multi-year projects where we're saving money and things like that. So when it comes to allocating future or any fund balance, we would just want to be mindful of any commitments we've already made or kind of implicitly made through some of those bigger projects. But absolutely, we're happy to take any direction with what else to do with those. This should be consistent with council's direction and not include anything else that you haven't approved.
Thank you. So for Mayor, if you have something, but for council, I'd love us to consider, we have a $6 million annual allocation for our street repairs, right? We know that we need to do that for parks and for the library and these other set-asides for larger projects. So what I would love us to see, or at least analyze with staff and the commission, is having an annual allocation amount that we should give to parks or pedestrian improvement or certain categories, and then that gives Measure J more direction as well and staff more direction. One thing I talked to the city manager about is going forward with these investments and expenses, having it a percentage breakdown based on category or department, so we know what budget type, right? The city manager pointed out we are making a lot more of investments in parks than just the $3 million that, by the way, we allocated last time. So really, that's not new money. That's money that should have been last time. But it's not all clear based on the way the info is presented. So one thing I asked is for the next council meeting to have, if we can, like that pie chart or that breakdown of by investment type or category, if that makes sense. So we can say, oh, is it fair to spend, 15% on park investments or what have you? But I would love us to consider, are there those direct allocations or annual allocations that we can give policy guidance to Measure J to make sure that those investments in parks or the, XYZ are made every year?
I may be misunderstanding, but the conversation, as I understood it, regarding the increasing to $3 million was to instruct Measure J Commission that community-based projects that they make recommendations on, that theoretically we make decisions to approve those, but that there's considerable weight given to those recommendations, and we start asking the question, is there a reason we should not agree with the Measure J Commission? And that's money, as I understand it, whether it's $1 million, $2 million, $3 million, whatever it may be, comes out of the Measure J fund each year. So I don't think the Measure J capital improvements or capital projects is the same thing, but perhaps I'm missing something.
So the Measure J projects fund would be where all the Measure J money lands, and then it would be kind of expensed for both community projects and major projects and anything else where council determined to use Measure J. Again, what might be a little more confusing is the fund balance could sometimes also be earmarked for some of those future projects. So what we might want to look at in terms of making an ongoing allocation right now, I think Councilmember Holstead, you're right that I think council had already talked about maybe expanding the annual amount for community projects. Additionally, I think we've at least made some sort of, implicit commitments to things like libraries and things, if those are projects to move forward, utilizing Measure J funds. So what we would probably want to do is take an annual allocation and then subtract the 6 million, subtract the 2 or 3 or whatever it is for community projects, and kind of look at what's left. And then we might secondarily collect all of our various commitments to something like parks, because they're spread out, right? You've got Quimby funds. Within our in-house projects for deferred maintenance, we actually have more than $1 million of investments in parks, but you don't always see that like up front. So we'd collect those and say, here's everything we're investing, what we think that's going to look like when it comes to bear on parks. Here's what's available in Measure J, and then get some guidance on how you want to attribute those or apportion them out.
Councilmember Coors.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I think that's a good process forward, right? And then to try and maybe at a later meeting do that. I know you mentioned the million, right, in parks, sort of in, I think, deferred maintenance, in addition to the 3 million just for the public that we're going to allocate. That's separate from, I think, 1.3 that Measure J still has for Parks Project, but needs to meet with the Parks and Rec Commission. And then I presume that's also separate from the 950,000 for the 2 park bathrooms that's in the capital improvement and the 4.1 million in recreation field lighting. So when we look, I mean, that's a significant investment this year, and I think we want to continue to see the investment. I think like roads, once we get caught up, right, then it's a maintenance amount versus but there's a lot to do until we get there. But there are a lot of other projects, so I think knowing what our annual, and I think the chart shows a whole bunch of that, right, in the staff report, but it would be great to sort of see what our commitments are if we're going to be giving how much to to the new fire station, to the library, et cetera, each year as well. That would be helpful.
Other comments or questions on these? So do we have consensus on this part of the budget at this point? Councilmember Halsted.
Thank you. To do my job, even if it's annoying. So the recycling fund, so I did review all the materials in there, and all of everything that was attached. But so recycling fund, we have proposed budgeted expenses, 693,000, only leaving 15,000 in ending fund balance, which I support. Is that some of that is the staffing increases to our sustainability programming, or what are those planned expenses? I'm sorry, it feels like a quiz, the way that the information is organized.
We may have to look at that, but that is my understanding, is
Right.
that we have historically committed those to some of our sustainability department personnel
Right.
and funding.
Right. I know we had just talked about the reason I'm asking is we had talked about and budgeted last cycle for our incentives for businesses to move to greener material and comply with our sustainability and styrofoam and plastic waste. And so I was wondering if there were business incentives in there, and I didn't see it in the materials. Thank you.
I'm going to apologize not having that directly in front of me, but we did generally include funding for incentives for the programs that we're going to be working on over the course of the next year. So yes, I believe that is in there.
Great, thank you.
Work? Oh, it does. Where does the sustainability money come from?
That's a portion of our franchise collection fees.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
Other questions or comments? If we have them, we need to ask them.
Can we advance a slide, please?
Go ahead. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. The library endowment fund, can you there's just so many funds, I think it can get confusing. What exactly is that for?
Hi, thank you. The Library Endowment Fund is the Library Trust Fund, and it is just, what you see here is just the money that they have saved from donations. And in our budgeting system, the funds have to have a budget. And so the majority of that fund is budgeted for future library projects.
Okay, so this could include renovating our library?
Oh, yeah, definitely. So this is money that has been saved, and it's not, we only have expected to spend about 20,000 of it next year.
Great. So then, Justin, the money that we'd like to set aside for the library, which I think it was something like $4 million from Measure J, would that go into this library endowment fund?
They would most likely remain separate sources, but they would both be drawn down to fund a library renovation.
I see. Okay. But I'm a little confused. Sorry, Jeannie, did you say that you only anticipate to spend 20,000?
Next year, we've only budgeted 20,000, which is for books.
Okay, so our chart is wrong then because it's showing the opposite.
Yeah, it's showing that the entire most of the 1.8 is expensed, and I don't know if that's just to make it available. Sometimes the accounting and what's really going on with budgeting can just be a little different.
Okay.
I don't know.
That's exactly right. It has to have a budget placeholder.
So it's essentially budgeted annually.
So basically, there's about 1.8 in the library endowment fund that could potentially be used for renovating the library in addition to the $4 million from Measure J.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Holstich.
Thank you. I think Mayor Pro Tem asked this, but just to clarify, so when we're earmarking dollars for Measure J for library projects, which by the way, I think we should aggressively save for a new library because we've already done a lot of that community conversation and planning, and this is such an opportunity here to have dollars to spend. So when we're earmarking that, is it just sitting in Measure J and showing, or sitting in the general fund and showing an ending fund balance? Should we, I see the city manager nodding yes, so should we and can we move that money to a library endowment fund so we know that it'll go to the library, definitely go to the library in the future, or be, unusable for other purposes?
There are pros and cons to the use of separate funds. One of the reasons we often use separate funds is to avoid commingling, so that an entity like the Library Board of Trustees, which has special authorization, I believe, either in state law or city charter, I can't recall which, so that there's no accounting there. Another approach would be to go ahead and commingle them so the library funding is all in one place. That's really probably more art than science. Any balance we have, especially in an area like the capital improvements plan, if there's a plan in place, it's essentially earmarked, but it is found in the balance. So what you'd see is, here's your beginning balance, here's everything that's earmarked from that balance, and here's what's available to be spent on new projects, and that would be traditionally how we would account for that, so it can't be spent on anything else.
Jeannie, while you're still here, can you remind us of that grant you applied for? What was the amount that you requested?
We requested $7.1 million, and there's a 100% matching requirement for that if we get the grant.
By the city?
Yes.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Councilman.
14.2. Yeah.
Can you detail where that is in the process, and then if there are ways that the city can help, and then, by when? What's the timeline for the funding?
I was just in a public library directors meeting with the California State Library yesterday, and they said that they have, there is a committee that's assigned to review the grants. They have reviewed the grants, and they've submitted their recommendations to the state librarian, and that's where they are. And we asked if we would have an answer by June, and they said absolutely not. So we're hoping sometime in the summer to find out who will be awarded these grants.
So in the next few months?
Yes, definitely. They said on their website spring or summer, and so we're thinking summer on that.
And then what would be the timeline for the city match requirement?
The nice thing about this grant is that I think it's a three-year grant process, so we match simultaneously. They expect us to match at the same time.
With contributions at the same time?
Yes, and the nice thing is it includes planning and architectural design and a lot of the things we need.
So that's amazing, thank you. So that would be 7.1, you said?
Yes, for the city's obligation.
City's obligation and possibly state funding, and then what's our total budget that we need to get to do a full renovation?
You know, that's part of the planning process, and we will find out when we do the architectural plan and the design.
I know we looked at some rough numbers when we were considering whether to renovate or build new. Do we have a sense? I'm trying to figure out, do we need to get to 20 million? Is there, 6 more we need to save? What's that number?
In 2013, our number was 15 million. So I think we're
25.
But we've got our
25.
community fundraisers to help us too, as well. The Library Trust Fund and the Friends of the Library and the Library Foundation that can all join in and partner on this project.
Thank you. It's going to take aggressive spending plan. Thank you.
Other questions or comments on these budget funds? So let's move forward.
Okay, thank you, Council. So I'd ask for the spreadsheet to be put up, the information that you have in your staff report. We have up on screen. In fact, those were cut and pasted from an Excel sheet. We're bringing up the Excel sheet in part so that as you might direct changes or inquire about changes, we can help do the arithmetic and make sure we understand the impact to the budget. So one of the things we did in just changing the format a little bit is we added a couple of columns so that you could see within the subcategories of the general fund possible additional expenses, what the impact is essentially to the balance. So you'll recall that we have just about $45 million in available one-time accumulated balance. Those are dollars from previous years that remain in the general fund, and those are right now currently in excess of 20% that was designated as a reserve. So that's, just staff's approach, but we're seeking direction, as you'll see when we get to the bottom of this list. One option, of course, would be to change that reserve amount, which would change the 45 available. The ongoing is the more constrained resource. Those are projected revenues over expenses after all of the nominal increases to the base budget for inflationary things, additional labor costs, insurance costs, all the kinds of things like that we've seen. I should point out that we've left these numbers fairly fixed over the time that we've discussed the budget, rather than updating each time we get a new month's worth of TOT data. So, if council wants, we can kind of talk about how the most recent data would impact things, but it's just a very fluid kind of moving target, right? Sometimes you have good news, like we had a really banner month in April for TOT collection, but the outlook on growth for next year is probably less optimistic. We only accounted for, I think we projected 2% or something like that, growth of those sources, so it was already not robust, but in fact it could be flat or worse than flat. So we try, after we're 3/4 of the year through or so, and we put these numbers together, not to tinker with them too much because it could go up, it could go down, but just want to point out that we haven't revised those projections. So we also gave you a list that looks very similar to the one you saw last time, which is some of the city manager recommendations in a blue box or 2 blue boxes. And again, just to emphasize that those are really flowing from what we understand of council priorities after engaging with staff teams. It's often the case that we don't get that quite right. You are the direct voice of the people, so you're the ultimate judge of that. But that was our attempt, is not just to identify what we saw as staff needs, but the staffing needs to meet council priorities. The ones that didn't get any discussion at all, or the ones that you see highlighted in red, if someone could scroll down just a little bit, where you gave specific direction, are all isolated in that first box. We didn't want to be too presumptuous that just because you didn't ask a question meant you like the idea of these additions, but just for simplicity of creating some categories, that's how we did it. So the first box is things that really weren't discussed much, or where you gave very explicit direction and there appeared to be a majority of council that supported that direction. And then again at the bottom, you see the impact to the 2 available pots of money. So the one-time and the ongoing. The ongoing, for instance, that first box totals just about 5.5 million, and then to the right, you see what's left if all those things were included in the budget, which is a remaining 2. If you move down just to the next box then, those are the remainder of the city manager recommendations, but any changes are again noted in red. So in this case, the homeless services being reduced from 2 million to 1.5, really just to create a little bit of liquidity to increase the placeholder for the police department from 500,000 to $1 million. When you get down to the bottom of that list, you're at a negative for the ongoing of about 275. So Mayor Pro Tem Garner had asked a question last study session about, you know, whether that was really a hard line or a soft line and just how much flexibility there is. I think on the scale we're at, 275,000 is probably fine. But I would suggest if you wanted to fund these additional items and more that required ongoing resources, that's probably the time where we might want to discuss removing something from this list. The other two lists then are the green box, which were items that staff advanced as helping to meet priorities or other needs, but were not included in the recommended budget. And again, I just emphasize that that's not because they're not worthy. It's because whenever you have more needs and wants than available resources, you have to make some hard decisions. This was my attempt in consultation with the team to make those decisions, at least in the form of a recommendation. And then the yellow box are the things that have come up since. Only one thing I really want to add to that, and that is Councilmember Holstead at the end of our last meeting said, I think we've addressed all the items that came up in public comment. One of them that came up was not reflected in our conversation, which was a request to set aside some money for community composting. So I just want to point that out, but otherwise this yellow box is meant to contain all of those items. So the task for this evening, we can certainly answer any questions, but ultimately the task is what's in, what's out, and what, if anything, might need further discussion before we can make a decision.
Councilmember Coors.
Thank you. First, thank you and finance team. I know how much work this is, and you've made it really easy to follow this. The color-coded thing really works well for me, so I appreciate that. And sort of more big picture to start, because I'm generally supportive of the blue box, is sort of the reserve question, right? Which I know there have been different views always on that, but it impacts what we do moving forward. And previously, we'd always done the reserve based on the total budget, because even with all the cuts during COVID, we spent $3 million to get our online, systems in. We did the downtown park. So that seems, and that's about a 15% reserve if we did it that way, right? Just, I think is what you said last time. It's 20% of operating without looking at one-time expenses, or 15 if we do the whole budget, right?
Likely that wouldn't include things like wastewater, where we have its own reserve, or capital improvements where it's not really a reserve, it's just a sinking fund that accumulates. But yes, if what we did in looking at operating too is we subtract out major grants for projects, because backing up a grant source is different than backing up a payroll investment. So I think the 187 or so general fund turns out to be 150, and then we applied the 20%, which is approximately 30 million.
Okay, thank you. And so just, listening to our last meetings and our discussions, first, we're in a really good position at the moment. It's really nice to have numbers, and given the state of the economy, right, my first inclination is to increase the reserve. That said, most of the yellow box is things that are sort of listed as ongoing, right? Which are things that I think most of us want to do most of. And so just trying to think about how we might get there, and I really appreciate the conversations I had with the city manager on this. But, if we look at the 10 million we have in housing, affordable housing, right, which I support, that's not going to all be spent in a year. It's going to be sitting there, right? And so if we're in an emergency, it's accessible. So in looking at sort of that yellow list, which is where I sort of focus my time, and a little on the green list, we have a really ambitious climate change goals, right? To be a carbon neutral city by 2030. And to invest nothing now is going to be really hard to get there. And a lot of that really could be one-time spending, right? Whether it's electric cars, it's electric chargers, it's more bike lanes, right? As we're currently studying that. So to me, we could maybe move a couple years worth of that million, 3 million or 4 million into the other side, right? And the other two big tickets, workforce development, economic development, that's a department that we have so little staffing in and makes us so much more vulnerable to a recession, right? And I know it takes years of planning, but I presume we'd use a consultant to come up with a plan on both of those. So to move the money to start that, right, into one time, and then maybe put 3 years worth of what we might spend there, because it'll be available for us, but we're earmarking it for something that is a council priority. Same with police. My understanding is it's likely that the department, or through behavioral health, whether in the police department or elsewhere, is going to be the $2 million a year. We don't want to have the study and then not have the fund set aside. So I'm just thinking we could move some of those funds, and then, the student internships and the other youth recreation programs. If we moved $1 million into that would cover 4 years of doing that. So I'm just thinking, can we use, and that's just an example, right? I think this is we want to discuss it, to use that 13 million and to earmark it, knowing for the things that are really ongoing, that'll give us several years of them. And there's money sitting in places if we have an emergency. So that was sort of what I want to suggest on a broad scale for discussion, if people are open to that. And then the only thing in one-time spending that's a big ticket is the DAP Health Capital Campaign. And that one just sort of strikes me that would be really an appropriate use of Measure J funds, right? We've done it for the architectural design. We're giving Mizell money for their kitchen. That might be the right fund for that, is Measure J, because one of the reasons we have money in Measure J that's not allocated is we don't have the staffing to do all the projects currently. And that's a project that it would be their staffing doing, not ours. I know we need it to go to them, right, to come back to us, but that would be my recommendation on that. And then we really could focus on some of those other real priorities. So I was just trying to come up with a way to do it. I talked to the city manager about it. I don't know if you've had more time to think about that kind of method to do it, to try and get more of these moving forward.
Yeah, so I absolutely think that's viable, especially for some of the program areas that are likely to actually be, they might be ongoing costs, but they're flexible. So payroll is the area where I'd probably be most cautious, because if you were committing all of that amount to payroll over, say, the course of the first year, you're really borrowing against future growth. But the consultant contract for economic development, good example. We put that dollar amount all in ongoing, and really some of that could be one time. Program support money for the climate action plan is another really good example. So given that it's a blending, and given that it would occur over time, which enables us to evaluate the state of the economy and everything else, I think that's a fairly safe approach to both pursuing some of the priorities while adding a little bit of cushion, if you will, in the event of some concern of recessionary pressure or something like that.
Other questions or comments? I'm largely supportive of the direction that Councilmember Coors is recommending, but I'm going to step back for another big picture. I personally am approaching this budget with great trepidation that the macroeconomics that we are dealing with are ones that I'm not going to sit here and tell you I think there's going to be a recession in the next year or 2 years, but this week when I was getting, as a member of the CalPERS board, some economic forecasts that went back historically, we are at record time in terms of having gone without a recession, just simply from a historical perspective, notwithstanding all of the other issues. So I really think that urging caution in terms of making commitments that we're not, if all goes well, we will be able to keep. But if things take the kind of turn they could take, I don't want to have us back looking at the positions that we're about to hire and not being in a position to sustain those employment positions. So I think we need all of the staffing that's being recommended. Frankly, I think we need more in many instances. And as much as I would like to throw extra money here and there, I'm very reluctant to go beyond what Councilmember Coors is talking about in terms of earmarking funds over time, that if the economy continues to move forward, we come out of this downturn stronger, then we're in a position to ramp up. But the amount of reserves that we have are larger than we've ever had, but the need, we're operating with an operating budget that's far larger than we have ever had, and I want to be really prudent with that money. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's important, right, that we're thinking these things through and that we're being careful with our spending. But I also think we have a good opportunity here to really do a few things that we've been putting off for some time. I wouldn't want us to set aside money in reserves that we couldn't touch. I would be comfortable if at the end of our discussion we hadn't allocated all of the additional funds that we have, so that we could discuss further what the project should be, or we wanted to dig in more on something in particular. But I would like that funding to be available for us to use. But some of the things that are on here, I do think we have some good opportunities. So for instance, with the workforce development, a local organization just received a grant that our chief told us about, and they received it for $2.1 million specifically for workforce development. And I think that gives the city a great opportunity to partner with the organization to begin the process of workforce development. So we could set aside some one-time funds that could be used to help leverage that program. Maybe that means using them to assist us in bringing on staff for some of these positions that we're hiring for, et cetera, and then could lead us to developing our own program, or maybe we never do, and maybe it's just a pipeline program with this organization as they continue their work. I mean, it's a brand new, I mean, they don't even have it in the bank yet, right? They just got it. So it's a good opportunity, I think, to leverage those private-public partnerships that we were talking about last time. And then, what was the other one? Yeah, the internships as well. I think that is another opportunity where it's true. We're not going to have, I think, too many interns at once. It's going to be a pretty slow process. So if we do have some money set aside for those internship programs, I think it could fund it for quite some years before we have to think about replenishing it. I think right now we only have a handful of interns as it is, and I have a feeling it's going to be pretty slow as we move forward. So I would be okay with us putting one-time funds towards it, assuming that they would be used for several years. I did want to point out a couple of things that the city manager and I had talked about when we met in terms of the literacy coordinator position. It's my understanding that we have available staff to do the responsibilities that our former literacy coordinator did, and that would just be kind of refocusing positions, and I'm comfortable with that. As long as we have that program in place, then I don't think we need to hire an additional person since we already have enough existing staff. The other question that I think came up and that I was confused about was in terms of the court attendance. And that's the same thing, kind of the court attendants, park rangers, those positions, and correct me, Justin, if I'm wrong, can be used for a variety of things. It's not necessarily going to be a person that just sits at the pickleball courts or the tennis courts all day long, because I think rightfully so, some folks are like, why do we need someone to watch pickleball all day? We don't, but they could be also monitoring the parks, making sure that facilities are maintained, making sure that if there's an issue, that the proper people are told about it, et cetera, right?
Yes, and without belaboring too much, that's just a good kind of point, especially for the public. That sometimes we really focus on the categories and the titles, but there's really a lot of ways to get at some of these issues. So I'll give you another good example with something like a court attendant or park attendant. Maybe what they end up doing is spearheading a pilot program aimed at risk youth to get them engaged in sports, right? Which is a whole category where we're saying maybe we need to make more investment. So the goal here is to take all of these priorities and find creative approaches to them. And especially with the personnel, we have a significant amount of flexibility in directing them or redirecting them in the future to whatever our priorities are.
Thank you. And one of those things that I'm interested in, could this person do, is right before everything shut down, we had agreed to open the James O. Jesse Community Center on Saturdays. And then everything shut down and we never came back to Saturdays. And there's been a continuing request for the community center to be open actually every day, but could it be open an hour later so that people can use the gym facilities, and could it be open for a portion on Saturday if with existing and proposed staff? Is that I'm just trying to think of different ways that these positions are going to be able to benefit us.
Actually, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We have talked about that in our recreation leadership meetings and talked about reopening or opening James O. Jesse on Saturdays and the Demuth Community Center on Saturdays. So at James O. Jesse, they should have the adequate staffing to do that now. I think the new director is going to be all involved in determining the programming for those facilities, but that it was a goal. And then at Demuth, I think we need to ramp up staffing. They're really understaffed in order to be able to open on Saturdays, and that's part of the plan for staffing at Demuth Community Center to increase so that they can reopen on Saturdays too.
Thank you so much. That's really helpful. And the reason I raise these things is just because I want the public to understand, because when you're just reading the titles, it can be a little bit confusing, and I was confused myself. But I am really interested in some of this excess one-time funds going towards things like the library, towards the parks, and being a little bit more aggressive in our moves on those, because they are one-time funds. So why not leverage that? And if we were to get grants, for instance, and we didn't need as many of the funds, then that would just go back to the general fund, and we could be used for something else. I think there's a lot of possibility here. I also don't want us to set aside the money and not take action. I know that there's, it's listed on here that we would have a consultant come on and do a proposal for a full park project. One of the things that I'd like to propose, which I can do, and I would do joyfully, is we have our summer camps going on right now, and it's a great opportunity to go into the summer camps and talk to the kids about what it is that they're looking for in terms of playgrounds, and ask them directly. They can draw, they can write, they can just, tell me. I've worked at the summer camp, and so I know a little bit about how it works. It's pretty much the same structure. So it would be really easy to solicit that. So once we have a consultant on board, we could say, hey, here's a huge stack of all of the things that our children have already told us about what they're looking for. That way we could really continue to, one, get support from the community for these projects that we're setting aside money for, but then also not be behind, so to speak, on some of these projects, because I know that we're throwing a lot out there. That's my last comment. That's not explicitly budget related. And I'm good to pass for now.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Woods.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to ask a couple clarifying questions if I can. Number 25 is the additional amount to CalPERS reserve, and it's $3 million as a one-time fee, which I think as council we said that we would do $3 million every year in the past, if I remember correctly. But then it has no ongoing, but yet I know we're going to hire a consultant, but shouldn't there be some money for ongoing at least?
So just to clarify, there is a standard $3 million that's already part of the base budget, and this would be an additional $3 million for a total of $6 million. I don't want to speak definitively about our need for ongoing funding of our unfunded liability. But when we did a walkthrough with the consultant who was pitching, the services that we're recommending to analyze the numbers, he was using Palm Springs numbers. I think it's very likely, actually, that if the goal is just to level off our funding and avoid any balloons, we probably could continue to contribute to the unfunded liability, but less than $6 million per year. So what that is, I don't know, because we haven't done that analysis, and it really depends on what we establish for kind of an amortization period and what kind of payment we want to establish. But it may even be okay at $3 million going forward. So if council would feel better about shifting some of that to ongoing, we certainly can. But we feel pretty confident that that we don't need to continue to stash away $6 million additional to the payment we make to our PERS liability on an ongoing basis, that number will come down and should not go up unless there's something in the actuarial assumptions that is very, very off.
So I just want to be really clear. We currently, and I don't know where that's at in the budget, give $3 million a year, which I think was council direction before you even got here. And where's that at in the budget? Am I missing it?
It's essentially in the general fund or transfer out to the PERS set aside. Yeah, so it's a transfer out is how that would be scheduled now. And since that was part of the base and this was meant to be budget additions, that's why we had the 3 and 3 kind of separate.
And why did we add 3? Was it just, I'm just curious why we added 3.
I believe there was some interest from council in doing that historically before the pandemic, and so we proposed restoring that. But again, just a proposal at this point.
Dennis, so initially, I think we passed this in 2017 as a policy. It was an average of the next 5 years, so we stayed level with what we were paying in 2016. So that was $6 million a year. But when the pandemic hit, I think we cut it to 3, and now it's right back to 6 as we have a bunch of one-time spending. And I think my understanding from what you just said, so make sure I'm clear on this, is we have 3 automatic still, and then that may be sufficient, and once we have the consultant, we'll have more information on that.
That's right, because we also have an accumulated balance, and that balance could be used either to pay down the liability earlier, to invest and earn interest, and so we think it likely needs additional contributions at this point to kind of meet the deadline of that closed amortization period, but not at $6 million annually. That number should not go up, and I believe should go down. Again, pending final analysis, but the preliminary numbers the consultant was showing, that's what they indicated.
Great, and if I can just ask a couple more questions. When we look at number 32, the Parks and Rec Master Plan update, and we look at 34, a set aside for Parks and Recs, we get $3.1 million. And then when we go to the next page, the pickleball courts are $300,000, and I think Quimby had 1 point something in it. We have an enormous amount in parks with no plan, which I think Councilman Coors brought up with. So I can't see how we're going to spend $3 million on simple maintenance with no plan. I'm sorry, I'm just confused. That's a lot of money. It's 300, and whatever the Quimby amount is, all for parks.
So Quimby wasn't really set at, not a large amount in Quimby was going to be used.
Right, that's what I mean. So we have this huge amount in parks with no way to spend it.
Yeah, if we had a little more time between the last study session and producing these materials, what we likely would have done is added up all of the parks expenses, because there's actually more than that. And so just quickly, when we look at our in-house projects, which is a component of the deferred maintenance, we also have a number of parks-related projects. There's a cooling tower and chiller at the pavilion, and one at the leisure center. Those total $500,000. Replacement of playground equipment is $1 million. Pickleball court boundaries, which is adding some pavers, is $10,000. A park concrete pad, swim center bulkhead replacement. I mean, there are a number of things that are meant to invest in parks. Staff heard a general support for making sure there were resources, both to take care of any immediate needs and so that if the master plan identified some low-hanging fruit, that there was ample funds available. We admittedly took the easy route, which is to add the $3 million, despite the fact that we know we have some of what the expected $3 million in total investments already available in other places. So frankly, if council wanted, that number can be adjusted, of course, and probably still meet the obligation of investing $3 million in parks. But it was our interpretation that there was just a great deal of enthusiasm, so we put that placeholder in there.
That makes sense. You know, plus, I mean, plus we have 4.1 for LED lighting for the parks. You know, I mean, we are investing a huge amount of money through this budget in our parks. And I just want to make sure, and I think the question is, as an example, pickleball courts, we don't know where they're going to go. We have no plan. I don't know how long that would take, right? And if that plan takes 6 months to develop and you do public outreach on that plan, you're not actually implementing it till later. So there's just a lot of money sitting there. So it's something I think we should consider when there's other stuff we would like to fund. I mean, I'm throwing that out there just as a thought process on that. So it's just it's a lot of money. It's a ton of money. A couple other questions. Number 36 and 37 is a downtown maintenance lead worker and a downtown maintenance worker. But if you look down to 55 and 56, it's the same thing. So I don't know if it's just for the vehicle fee or if it's a repeat. It looks like it's the same. So again, 36 is a downtown maintenance worker, 37 is a downtown maintenance worker, 55 is a downtown maintenance worker, and 56 is a downtown maintenance worker. And those were not recommended to be added, so that's why I was confused. Was there supposed to be 4 additional downtown maintenance workers?
So in the very top portion of that blue box, we had a expanded investment in the downtown teams. I essentially eliminated a couple individual positions within the proposal. So I think for downtown, it was funding, I believe, 3 out of 4 or 4 out of 5. I'd have to go and scroll on the list. But these were just a way to scale back those requests to stretch the dollars to some of the other priority areas. But there is a combination of one time that would have been a vehicle expense and ongoing for both of those positions.
Okay, great. Number 45, which is a fiber optic or fiber master plan, and 44, and then 45 is a communications branding. We talked a little about that in the past. The fiber master plan, I'm not clear what that is or what we're going to do with it. I know that, is it first mile, is it last mile, is it middle mile? And I would think we would want to partner with all the companies right now that are bringing it, like Frontier is bringing in fiber to the city already on their own as a private. So I see a staff member coming up.
Yeah, good evening. I'm Larry Klingelman, I'm your new IT director, and you're talking 2 of my favorite things tonight. We're talking cybersecurity and fiber. I know, we're odd. But as far as it comes to fiber, we're really looking long-term at a multi-plan or multifaceted plan, but this in the short term is really to look at fixing public safety dead spots or potentially connecting city buildings with fiber. Long-term, we're already starting to work with other cities, school districts, special districts as far as obtaining grant funding. I know there's about 60 some odd billion in funding. So we're looking to partner with carriers and everybody, but that's more of a long-term plan. This is for a short term to get us started.
And what is that money for? What do we hope to do short term? I'm sorry, I haven't looked at the plan or.
Yeah, I mean, most definitely. I'm coming in so I'm trying to learn exactly what those dollars are for, but what I would envision they would be for is understanding where we currently have fiber, understand where we should look to place fiber to connect our buildings and to solve the public safety hotspots, and then form a plan to move forward on that.
Okay, all right, that makes sense to me. So we're looking at really formulating a plan on how to increase our, great, fantastic. And the communication branding package, I know we had some talk about that last time between council, and I'm not sure where we landed on that. That's $100,000, and I just want to maybe get everyone's feedback on it.
So this is, again, proposed to be one-time cost, and really it's intended to help us solidify some of the standard, imagery. When we redid the website, kind of adopted a new aesthetic. We do have a number of departments that have their own kind of logos. Oftentimes when we're issuing memos or letters, we have a few varieties of how those look. So this would be an initiative to really try to streamline that under one more coherent aesthetic, and would be potentially a launching point for some other communications products, right? Videos or anything else where you kind of want things to be familiar as city products. That's really what that's about.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks for just clarifying all this. And the other thing is number 78, which Councilmember Coors brought up, and is always a concern for all of us, especially with what the mayor says about we don't know what our future outlook is going to be. You were proposing basically almost $10 million to increase our fund balance from 20 to 27%. Talk to me a little bit about what that is and why we didn't fund it and why it's in red.
Yeah, so everything in the yellow box is things that came up from council. So we're not necessarily proposing, we're just trying to reflect what we heard from council. And there was some discussion about the possibility of wanting a larger reserve balance since the staff recommendations at least did not exhaust the entire available fund balance. We simply took whatever was left at the end of these lists so that it equals zero and said if you decided not to allocate that to anything, it would have the effect of increasing your balance from 20 to 27% or from approximately 30 to closer to $40 million. So that was just to say of all the things you could use the 10 or 12 million left, one of them is to just enhance the fund balance. So that's all that's meant to reflect. It's not a recommendation, just a talking point so that you can decide among competing things you might fund how that looks.
But that's not funded currently, that extra 10 million. That's not in the budget.
That's right. So what's nice about the available one-time money is that you could technically do everything on the list, including this 9 million, and what that would do is spend the entirety of the approximate 45 that you have. So, but again, 10 million of that would be spent on adding to the reserve. So essentially, this spends every penny of the 45 except 10. We're just showing it like an expense so that it can be compared to everything else. But essentially, you're refraining from allocating the 10 is what you're doing from an accounting standpoint. And your balance, your targeted year-end balance grows from 30 to 40 million.
And then currently our reserve, how do we fund our reserve? And we're funding it at 20%, right?
It's just money we refrain from spending. So it's already been accumulated in previous years. We go into the year with 70-some million. We suggested a 20%, which is 30, is untouched. That's where we have 45 left that's available. And again, if you spend some portion of that 45, spend or don't spend, that fund balance is larger.
So currently, we want that fund balance to be 40 million, is it what?
The 30 is what is proposed in the general fund, just understanding that there are other sources of fund balance that aren't reflected there. So for instance, there would be, if you contribute 6 million this year, approximately 30 million in CalPERS set aside. So from a pure stability standpoint, to the extent you use your contingency as a stability mechanism to absorb shocks from recessions and things like that, if you kept your CalPERS reserve, you would technically have 70 million.
Because you have CalPERS plus this.
That's right. CalPERS is separate because it's designated for a purpose, to pay down CalPERS liability. So what is more liquid in that it's unrestricted right now is the 20% or 30 million set aside pending any decisions you make with this 45. If you don't spend that all, that money grows.
So just my ignorance, and I'm sorry we got cut off in talking about that, is when we get a monthly, let's say when we get our monthly income from all these sources that we have. Do we put a percentage there towards the reserve? I mean, how do we get to the 30 million?
So we generally get to it by having more revenues than we expect and lower expenses than we expect. So we start, let's just say for argument's sake, we start the year with a $30 million balance, and we project that we're going to spend 10 million less than we collect. So it's going to end at 40. But then what actually happens in the year is we spend a little less and we get a little more in income. It could go up. We do have some information we could discuss about the historic trend there. Generally speaking, we spend less than our total expenses, right? Because, for instance, we have accounted for some vacancy savings in this budget, but generally you budget all your payroll, right? Well, you never have every position filled for the entire year. Similarly, there are some expenses you just don't get to. You think you're going to be so far in a project and you don't get quite as far. So generally speaking, if we project $187 million in the general fund, we might spend 170. The gap, the 17, goes into the fund balance, and that's how it grows.
Okay. And then just two more quick questions. The last page, we're going to the 5-year capital improvement we'll discuss separately from this, even though they're somewhat coordinated. Well, okay, that's great. And then I don't know how, as a council, and I'll look to the mayor, we want to talk about some of the stuff that we like in the yellow and how we might do that, if that's appropriate at this stage in the budget process, or how we want to approach that.
I think we will be getting there, but right now, if I'm following, we still have general comments that are coming from all of us, and I know I've got a request from the Mayor Pro Tem. But yes, I think we're going to get back to the yellow box.
Thank you. I just wanted to address the comments about the parks. So the reason for setting aside an additional $3 million was so that that master plan could be acted on immediately. Because we do have, as city manager said, many projects that are in the works in terms of deferred maintenance, but we haven't invested anything additional to bolster our parks. For instance, we used to have water features in almost every single one of our parks. Those have been turned off for, 20 years now. And so that's something that, for instance, if we did this master plan and one of the things that was identified was water features, that's probably the most requested thing I hear from parents. I know that was the most popular thing when I was a kid and they were functioning, that we could immediately say, okay, here's $3 million already, we can fund the water features in 2 of our parks. I have no idea how much water features cost, but that would be the point, just to explain why we're just having $3 million that isn't specifically allocated to a feature in the park, but is there for our use.
Councilmember Coors.
Just on parks. And I agree with that. So thank you for that. And also, as we look at parks, and we have Quimby funds as well, right? One of the things I hear, right, in my neighborhood and neighborhoods near me, and you may as well, is there's not really a park that's walkable, right? So we have areas where people really would like to have a pocket park, right? We have, I think we talked about when we opened up the gates on Checkwalla for bicycles and pedestrians, that if we're going to keep the vehicle gates, we're going to look at maybe what we do with those 4 little cul-de-sacs, right, for maybe pocket parks. And especially I hear, from seniors, right, if they can't walk to a park, they're just not going to parks, right? So so I think there's just so much that we haven't done for so many years. It's both the deferred maintenance, but also looking at possibly acquisition or other things as well. So I just want to include that. And the $3 million is something we voted to do, I think, 1.5 years or 2 years ago, before you were here, by the way. So this is just putting in what we had already agreed. What?
Well, he was here.
No, it was,
There's the last
no.
budget before that. Oh, well,
Yeah, it was
not
Justin. Dennis was here. You were here. And I think we all voted for that. No, before Justin was here. So you didn't know about that. But and I just think it's such a priority in, our quality of life as one of our key priorities that we made council priorities based on what we heard from the community. So that's sort of why I'm supportive of that, if that's helpful.
I'm very supportive of what we're talking about with parks. I just want to take one step back. The master plan is something that's just very long overdue, and I'm hoping that the new director will take and do some of the efforts similar to what our new police chief did in terms of meeting with the community and assessing where the needs really are, and then coming back to us with a plan. Here's what we need to do. Personally, the only area that I'm really willing to commit and say, I know we need to do it right now, is I would like to get us to the point that no one is complaining about the quality of the bathrooms in our parks. I don't think we need a master plan to know that that has to get cleaned up and get done. But with all of the other, there are great ideas. I agree with, I think, almost all of them. But let's get a plan in front of us so we can figure out what can we do with the money that we have. I'm sorry, Councilmember Halsted.
Thank you. Getting a promotion tonight. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I appreciate that conversation and very much agree. I mean, we've found out how far park money goes and how expensive it is really just to build new bathrooms or, any of that. So I just want to echo, I agree with having a master plan, and we need to do that. We need to fund it, but there are so many needs identified now that are just urgent. We had raised the issue of the water features. We had those dilapidated old, but beloved turtles, and now they're removed, which is just really sad. There isn't shade in some of the playgrounds and parks. So I know that we're working on that, and we have a lot of that funded. So I'm looking forward to that full breakdown. I think that will be helpful. I agree. So overall, broad comments. I agree that we are allocating probably a lot more money than we're going to be able to spend in this budget cycle. And so for me, for increasing the required minimum fund balance from 20% to 27%, and adding an additional $10 million. I think that's probably not necessary because we have the additional $10 million for the housing fund that we are not going to spend in 1 year. I mean, we'd love to. I'd love to. All the affordable housing projects can come forward and we can fund it, but it took us a long time to fund. So I know we talked about this, that we could probably do it in a year, but we don't have requests right now. So send in the requests. But, there's other funds like that, like a $3 million set aside. We really have to look and see for the parks, like how long will it take? So I don't support that number 78 because I just don't think we need to, because I think it's built in already in some of the other places in this budget. Really like Councilmember Coors' idea and support that proposal to look and see this item in yellow, how we can move some of those to one-time funding. I think some of them already are. Like I know number 59, the Guaranteed Income Pilot Program, which the council is considering at a future date, that is a one-time. And so that's a mistake that it's in ongoing anyway. And I agree that other items like that, like a student internship program, which really isn't staffing, the climate action plan programs, either the capital contribution for DAP, either here or in Measure J, that those are really all one-time funding, and we should allocate that money. I agree with the mayor's point about being careful and budgeting, and it's just so hard to budget in a city like this where so much of our revenue is dependent on tourism and we don't have a diversified revenue stream, and so it is, really, really good times and then really, really bad times. I see this budget as really investing a lot of the excess revenue from the last year that we cut back into the community, back into staffing, and sort of making up for that period of time where we did make cuts that we ended up in a much better position than we expected to be. So overall, I like everything in blue. I think it's necessary and important. I have just some basic detailed questions. which we can do later. But looking forward to, taking a look and seeing what we can apply this one-time funding for. I would like a very aggressive funding plan for the library. And that's why I also support an aggressive funding plan for the parks. If we were a business, which we are not, this would be the time to invest and reinvest in our city because we're at sort of the top right now. And, we even heard from public comment last meeting where she said that they moved from Brooklyn. They could live anywhere in the world and they moved here, but the parks and playgrounds aren't sufficient or adequate enough for their children. They'll probably move to Palm Desert or a different city, with better parks. And so I'm just worried that if we don't make those investments now, same with the library, one, we have a one-time opportunity to do that, but two, that we'll sort of lose some of the progress we've made. That's why I've been pushing investments in the airport too, because this is the time to invest in our city, and our people. So I agree with the direction so far, and looking at, how many of these yellow items for the public, the chart we're looking at is yellow, but the council, suggested items, how much we could bring that into this budget. The only other item, we had talked about the firefighters and the amount between 6 and 9, and we had talked with the chief and heard him about, balancing capital dollars saved from between capital dollars for Fire Station 1 versus new firefighters or both or what's needed. So I know that the city manager gave us an explanation, and if we were to do 9 firefighters there, we'd have to find that money from the blue category and remove some items for ongoing, right? And so maybe what would be helpful for the next session is not to add more colors and categories here, but break out which ones could be one-time funded and then which ones could not, which are ongoing staffing expenses. That would be at least helpful for me, so we can really see how we can break down those dollars. Those are the general comments I have, Mayor.
So I'm gonna propose this. Go ahead.
Sorry, I have one more thing. My question is about grants and sponsorships. So we heard a public comment today from Luz Gallegos from TODEC, who submitted a request in writing for funding. And obviously, we've gotten other funding requests as we go. Community composting, you mentioned, there are others. So I'm just wondering how much we budgeted in this cycle for our normal grants and sponsorships so we can feed people that information, and if we want to think about budgeting more, knowing that we're getting more requests, or what that looks like.
So what I was going to suggest from a process standpoint is we just simply go down the line with each one of us with those things that are in the yellow box, and no commentary, just which ones are your highest priorities that we fund of things in the yellow box so that staff can get a sense of. We know we're not going to get everything. If you're going to get 3, 4, 5, 6 things that are in the yellow box, what are the ones that make them, that are most important to you? I can start. Okay, go ahead.
I'll be happy to start. It's pretty easy for me. One, we heard about an engineering project manager. For me, if we were to fund anything, it would get our projects done much quicker. We heard that from staff. That's one of the log jams. Climate action plan, and then the long-term planner, I think, is incredibly important for what we're doing right now. So in my yellow, those would be my 3.
And I'm not suggesting people be limited to 3, but just...
I could do the whole thing, but it doesn't help staff.
Yeah, no, it's not. We're going to have to get some priorities. Anyone else want to go next? Well, I'll go next then. For me, on the yellow box, it's the literacy coordinator, the student internship program, workforce development, and 78, except that going to 27% is not nearly adequate. It needs to be somewhere at 30 or above.
So just noting, thank you, Mayor, if I can, just noting that I was taking notes while council members were speaking, so it looked, staff is probably doing this too, but it sounded like I heard 3 council members, Councilmember Coors, Mayor Middleton, and Mayor Pro Tem say workforce development. And then I also heard 3 so far for student internship program. I heard Councilmember Coors, Mayor Pro Tem, and Mayor. And I think that's it so far for the 3. I'm the staff for grants and sponsorships. I've done this many times, taking notes here. So yeah, I think that's helpful as we can see what there's a majority support for.
What are yours?
I would definitely join the majority on climate action plan and programs and moving that from one-time funding. I heard Councilmember Coors Woods, and then that would be me. I agree with Councilmember Coors, either funding the capital campaign contribution for DAP Health for one time from this budget or with Measure J funds. I think the source is fine either way. The literacy coordinator, I also had flagged last time, but I heard from staff that that was sufficiently covered through programming. So that was fine for me to take off my list. There's already majority support for student internship programs. So I don't want to waste my vote on that. I just want to give a plug for waiving fees for nonprofit organizations. The city of Coachella does this already, and I actually think there are a lot of programming that isn't happening in our city because of our fees are very, very high. And so I haven't heard council support or majority support for that, but I do think that there's a huge benefit to the city in allowing nonprofits to use our facilities. I agree for the additional police staff pending study, and then anything else that we think we might fund, it would be nice to include that in this budget, because I just don't understand how, same for reparations, how we will ever find the dollars for any of those things if they're not included. The mayor's looking at me because she told me to say 3 things. You called on me and I wasn't prepared. So. And then I just want to say number 76. So I haven't heard council support there, but I don't think we've had a lot of conversations. This regional housing fund, because that's a way to hold our funding and our additional dollars that we're frankly just sitting on and get it invested into other projects to actually build more units throughout the region. And I think that will leverage a lot of other funding. So if we're thinking of sitting on $10 million for housing and not deploying it to the community, I would love to see us put some of that into this Lift to Rise Riverside County Regional Housing Fund. It's a revolving fund, so they're loaning it out to nonprofit developers or other developers for like bridge financing and other financing that they can't normally find elsewhere to make projects who aren't feasible, and then it comes back and it's a revolving loan. So I think that's a good use of investment of dollars. It's just sort of how you're holding the dollars. So sorry, that wasn't succinct, Mayor. But I would vote for guaranteed income pilot program. I would vote for waiving fees for nonprofits, and the ones I mentioned, climate action plan and the DAP health.
I think that's 3 of us that have spoken. Yeah.
I think you got votes for you already.
Yeah. Pardon me. Just to discuss the ones that I haven't already talked about, I would like to see us waive fees for nonprofits. I think that's a good use of our time. It's not really, I don't think that I think the amount is minimal, so to me it would make sense to do. Yeah, I am concerned about making sure that we have funding for reparations. I'm also hesitant to be able to say what that number is, but I just want to be cognizant that we need to be thinking about it. And if that means that we're not allocating all of our funds so that we have some funds available just generally without saying a specific amount, then that's fine. But I want us to be thoughtful about that. And then, of course, student internships and workforce development. But I do, again, with the workforce development, really feel like we should be using that funds to leverage existing work and not have to spend additional staff resources when somebody else is already working on it.
Okay. Councilmember Coors.
Sure. I mean, some of it, we just need some more information, right? We have a whole bunch of things at the bottom without numbers. So, you know, if we want to use some of that 10 million in the Affordable Housing Fund, sort of that's in the blue, and use it some, you know, in that revolving fund, I think that would be great to get a presentation on, and we don't have to add right tonight, from what I think. Yeah. But I think it's a good idea, and I think obviously all of that is stuff we're going to need some funding for that's not there. I guess one question I have, and I don't know if it's for city manager or the police chief, and I've talked to both of you, so, but if we're pretty sure we're going to need $2 million in staffing in the police department, we have to figure out how to budget it. And that's why I was suggesting, you know, if we use one-time funding that gets us 4 years worth of the extra, you know, as you say, every year that I've been here, we end up with more money in the reserve than we planned, usually a considerable amount more. So I know it's not normal to use one-time funding for staffing, but I think that's the one place where my inclination is that we probably need to do that. And if we don't need it all, goes back into the, you know, general fund balance. But maybe the chief, can you weigh in on your thoughts? Because it seems to be one of the departments, and there are several, where we're definitely understaffed currently.
Well, Councilmember Coors, it is certainly important to be ready to staff up if it's warranted from the study. And once the study is completed and we're pretty close to releasing the RFP to get that accomplished, I think it would be very important as we look at that to determine whether it's going to be differential response, such as social workers or paramedics, as the fire chief and I discussed, or is it going to be, you know, police officers? And we'll have to wait until the academic part of that, you know, comes out. But I do think it is important to have at least some set aside to ensure that there's a path forward at least, or else the study would seem to be a little bit non-consequential.
Okay, so for me, that's one of my priorities, is we put the extra $1 million a year for a couple of years as a set aside, and if we don't need it, we don't need it. But what we don't want is to get the study back, assuming we're likely going to need it, and then not have it, right, without cutting something else or taking reserves lower than what you're recommending, if that's what we end up, and much lower than some other council members would like. So I'd like that. Climate action plan, obviously, I think everyone's on board with student internships, and you know, and I sort of lump together student internships and because I want more items, but some additional sort of youth and teen programs, because I think it's they have the same thing. We need more opportunities for our youth, and that includes paid internships, because I don't think we should have unpaid internships, because that tends to benefit people who have the means that they don't need to, right, have students make money, and it doesn't seem that that kind of free labor is appropriate for the city. You know, it's great to hear about the workforce development opportunity. I think moving money into that once we get more information, but having it available, right? And if there's an organization that now is going to be there who can actually really take the lead that we haven't had in the Valley that we could fund at a significant level. But I just want, to me, it's really important that we start doing that, because I'm sure that was discussed in 2008, and here we are without really having diversified our economy. I agree with almost all of it. So ideally, and waiving fees for nonprofits I support, but I'd like to sort of, I don't know how much that'll be. I don't think it's a huge amount of money, although it could, but being a little specific about what that means, right? They're nonprofits that do work that is not necessarily a program that our residents will benefit from, right? So we want it to really be focused on programs, I think, for our residents and not, right? And I could think of things that wouldn't fit well with the city that many nonprofits do. And then on the DAP, I support it, and maybe and whether it comes from this one-time funding or from Measure J, I think is open. I think in both cases we have one-time funding that's available, and it's something that's not going to require a lot of city staff time, which is good. And, I've heard a lot of numbers, David, before, but, the one that was really compelling to me is, 24% of your clients have no access to any insurance. And so, this is just it's our only, fairly, qualified health center in Palm Springs. It's a nonprofit that serves those numbers of people. And I know we supported the housing project and the amount you've leveraged from that, $3.5 million, tens of million, to get this campus open sooner and to see an increase from 10,000 to 25,000 clients who are so in need of these services, I think is something we should invest in. And I'm open to how we do it, but I would hope we can do that as well.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Sure. Yeah, I wanted to talk about that too, because I think having access to healthcare services is really important. I know the Desert Healthcare District is working on opening up, because they have a mobile clinic that is in Desert Highlands Gateway Estates right now at James O'Jesse, and they're looking at having an actual facility there on the north end of town. And so I would love to hear a little bit more about what DAP is doing, if you have any connection to what's going on there, or how we can kind of make sure that we're using the funds to do more of that. I know one of the things that's really needed just throughout the North End where we have a lot of kids is having pediatric. I don't know, David, if that's going to be something that's part of it. Yeah, I'm happy to hear from you. You're here. And also, I think you're the only person here that requested funds that's still sitting here with us. So, but I would love to hear about, because I know that your project has changed significantly since 1984. Yeah. And so if you do have some plans to do pediatric, I think that's something that I know in my district is really needed, and I'd love to know more.
Thank you for asking, Mayor Pro Tem. So our model is very unique in the FQ8C model, and we owe it to the AIDS crisis for creating this holistic approach. Having your housing where your psychologist is, where your substance abuse counselor is, where you're receiving food and your case manager is creating the safety net to keep you in care, using that campus model delivers health outcomes that most cities would find very enviable. And but specifically to your question, we have 2 family practice docs. Our chief medical officer, David Morris, is a family practice doc. And then we recently recruited UCLA's second LGBT fellow in the history of UCLA, Dr. Felipe Saavedra, and he's a family practice doc. And so out of our team, we have 2 folks who can take care of people under the age of 18.
Awesome, thank you. I think those are the types of things that we're still trying to get out to a lot of our community to know that they exist. I know that you've been doing all of that with rebranding and et cetera. So it's good to hear about that, and I can certainly let people know that that exists as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
If I could interject, I was moving a little too quickly with my list and supporting DAP, either through Measure J or directly, is certainly on my list.
While you're there, David, can you just, for us and the public, and you discussed a little bit, when you spoke earlier, so the total amount that you've raised to date, total amount of the project, because it gives a sense of what percentage this is, which I think is around a 10%, separate from the housing.
So the housing's $30 million. Right. The expansion of our medical facility is $30 million. Right. It's a $60 million expansion. The $30 million for the housing is done and secured. Thank you all for participating so generously in it. The remaining, which is the medical facility expansion, which is also 30, 15 of it has been secured, right? COVID hit, we went right back to the same donors. They underwrote our COVID clinic for 2 years. We cared for 8,000 people in Palm Springs free of charge for 2 years in that clinic. And so we still have $15 million to raise to complete this campaign. And as many of you know, because you are so involved, I've gone to the well of our donors more than we ever intended because of COVID. And now that's why we're coming to the city and asking for support to get to that final 15.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So let me ask staff of the comments that we've given you regarding the yellow boxes, that give you enough information to come back with trying to assemble a proposal on that? And clearly there's not unanimity, but none of us expected that.
So from my own notes, and I wasn't sure at some point whether to count summary votes or just actual votes or what, but what I heard in terms of the broadest consensus was climate action plan, interns, workforce development, DAP with the potential to be from Measure J, fee waivers, which is pretty small, and then I have a number of items that had some support but not as broad, and where I didn't quite reach 3. So those are the things where I reached 3 or more from the counting. And that would be enough for us to come back with those things. Now, we didn't discuss exact proposals, and some of the concepts that were discussed were things like maybe a little more of one-time money because it was meant to last for more than 1 year. So there's that element that staff could take a stab at. Just noting that whatever's in the final budget for the 30th, if it's, we can take any direction after that too, right? So nothing's finished at that point or not past the point of no return.
Councilmember Holstich.
Thank you, Mayor. That's in my notes what I got as well for majority. And there is additional one-time money that we could, discuss. I might ask, and I asked this before, but the answer I think escaped me. So for grants and sponsorships for this budget, is it $500,000 that's allocated in this budget for grants and sponsorships? Yes. So I might ask, if that's appropriate or if we want to add additional funding for grants and sponsorships for, some of these items, which might come through for grants and sponsorships. One-time funding. I also heard council raise, which I meant to raise, number 73, recreation, additional youth and teen programs. So Councilmember Kors raised that, and I think I've heard Councilmember Garner talk a lot about that. I would also support that. I see that it's an ongoing expenses because that would be funding for staff, city staff, or through Parks and Rec, I assume. But, there are different ways that we can structure this. Like we could put out grants and sponsorships for other programming from other communities like the Boys and Girls Club or what have you, who are experts in this to do it. So, right, it's just depending on how we invest those dollars in the community.
It's really meant to be programs, actually. There are about 6.5 FTE included in the recommended positions that could execute. So this would be program support money.
Program support money, meaning
any equipment or materials or things like you mentioned, partnerships that would actually help to execute those programs. But we think we have the people to do those things. And again, there could be tie-in with some of the existing positions we talked about, even like a court attendant doing a program to introduce people to a certain sport or whatever. So this would just be the money that you might need to buy some more rackets or those kinds of things if you were leaning on the personnel to otherwise provide the program in that example.
Got it. So seeing what we've experienced in terms of the need for youth and teen programs and how that is a good investment and probably prevents future investments on the other end of that, I think that would be a good use of funding, either for the one-time expense, like you're saying, for programmatic investments and or for, grants to other organizations to do it. The problem is we do a lot of this, and that's not a problem, it's good, problems, but we do a lot of this in-house versus other cities which have more of a contracting model, like have a rec district that does that, or YMCA that does that. I know we've talked a little bit about using those models to get other organizations to do it versus bringing it in-house. But yeah, so I would support number 73 as well.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, this list is long. I agree with that as well, because I think it's something that we just don't have a lot of right now for teen programs. So with those additional staff, if we can continue to figure out those different opportunities, I think that would be great. And it does go hand in hand, I think, with the student internship program, with the workforce development. It's all connected, as we discussed already. But I do think giving that extra boost of funding, even if it's just a one-time, even if it's initially a one-time, could be helpful, because like you mentioned, equipment, et cetera. I just want to indicate that for the record, since I forgot it earlier.
Councilmember Woods.
I think we've done almost everything on the list. We didn't get the buzz bus, so I think, you know, I would hope that the master plan that we want to do for the parks would do not only facilities, but programming, so we understood. Because, you know, we're throwing this money out there for all of these programs right now in the yellow, and I don't have a feeling of what the need is. So I would hope that the master plan would address all of that. So we really understood, and it's not just anecdotal, but it is actually based on some sort of evidence of what we actually need for programming. A lot of youth programming is in here, but yet we need pickleball courts, which are middle-aged people or older people who need exercise too. And what do they need? So I think that we really need to look at that. I want to really talk about number 69. I know it didn't get any vote but mine. Whether we do it through this, or I know Measure J didn't want to fund positions, but I think I heard the entire council say that the problem that we're having is that we can't accelerate the projects. We don't have the staffing to get our projects going. And I think it's really important, if that is really the consensus, which I heard from everyone, that we have engineering support to get there. Other words, we won't get those projects for 10 years. And they could even be the parks projects, you know, that come up, and we just have we don't have the engineering support to get those executed. So I just want to do another plug for the for staffing, for engineering. They can applaud now.
Just to make sure council is clear, there is one additional project engineer in the city manager recommendations that was tagged as potentially from Measure J. It was included in the math of coming out of the general fund ongoing anyway. So by clarifying that it should not come from Measure J, you have one. The one in the yellow box would be a second.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Kors.
Yeah, I just want to go back to sort of where people are in, you know, the police funding, because we don't pull it from sort of this list, you know, and we start looking at it, you know, putting it in the blue list. That's a lot of cutting in other things. So that was half of what is expected we set aside. Yeah, that's
So Chief, I think you explained this, but can you explain the timeline for when that funding might be needed? So what's the timeline? You said the RFP, or maybe this is a question for city manager. The RFP is going to go out. What's the timeline for when we might have, I don't know, the extent of the timeline for the RFP, and when we might know if and what additional funding and staffing is needed? So trying to think through, is that a 6-month process for the budget where half might be needed? What's that look like? City manager?
Chief has a pretty good sense of the scope. I think that the whole thing was going to be done inside of a couple of months. So really, if council approved that next meeting, you know, it could be done in a couple of months. To the point about spending and whether you wanted to do some of this as one time for a couple of years, there is $1 million planned, which is, I think, maybe half or so of what we need. When you look at the 5 positions that are added, they total about $900,000 all in. So you could do another another 5 with another $1 million, and then you'd need another $1 million for the next 5 or so. In today's environment, I think if you issued all those today, good luck filling them all.
Right.
And at the end of the year, even if these are different positions, mental health, et cetera, and if they are different, I think one of the first conversations we're going to have is, what is the reporting structure? How are they integrated? So it's not going to be,
Right.
if traditional officers might be easier to allocate, but it's not going to happen overnight.
Right. And that's what we know from allocating these positions, is that it takes a long time to fill, and we don't need it right now.
Yeah, which is why I thought if we take a couple years, since we have the one-time funding, we know it's there, as opposed to, getting down to the 20% reserve when we know there are other things as well, that we sort of have that money sitting, because that's the expected amount, right? So we're just sort of ignoring an ongoing expected amount. And that seems to be one, given our current police staffing and the issues, right, that we have. Seems like one we'd want in the ongoing, but I was trying to find a way to do it with one-time funds that we're not going to spend all of anyway above the reserve. So that's why I'm trying to think we take a couple years worth of that and have it set aside so we don't run into that problem.
Councilmember Woods.
The labor, I think we're close. I think everyone who wants, both the council, I think staff, I think the community wants a good, solid police force where we have, I want to call it, peaceful, safe, secure place to live. And so I would agree with anything that can get us there. I think this study is the first step, and whether that be behavioral health people, because we're having a lot of problems with crime, from people who are having problems. But we also are having a hard time recruiting police officers and retaining police officers, even new recruits. And I think we bolstered that process by trying to give an incentive to get people to come here versus elsewhere. But I also know we've had a lot of empty positions that we haven't been able to fill, which is a cost savings in this year we've been in. And has that money been carried over, or can we put that money aside for the future, like what Councilmember Kors is talking about?
Historically, we have not accounted for vacancy savings anywhere in the budget. So that's one of the reasons why the balance tends to grow at the end of the year, because with a payroll the size of ours, it's never going to be full. This year, we have started to account for vacancy savings, but we've used a relatively conservative number. So it'll likely be a little bigger, but we are accounting for some of that now that we didn't before. So that's, it won't be the windfall that it was in previous years, but there may be more than what we budgeted in savings.
Just from a process standpoint, I think we've all made our pitches for what we think is most important. And we're going to see this back on June 30 with a set of recommendations that will come from the city manager, and all of us are going to have some wins and some losses. I'm taking, if I'm counting votes, a loss that I regret terribly, that we are spending money that we need to be saving at the worst possible time. And I can't tell you how wrong I think we are in spending reserves that we need to be hanging on to. That money is not going away. It's there for us to be able to use when we need it. I get one vote on that, but I can't not express how profoundly I think we are making a mistake in the amount of money that we're making commitments for.
You'd get 2 votes on that. I just want to let you know. I agree with you. I really don't want to go through a process, if we have a downturn in the economy again, where we're laying people off. I mean, to lay people off, to hire and rehire them and retrain them is an exorbitant expense. It loses institutional knowledge. It hurts motivation. How do you hedge for that in the future, if hedge is the right word? I don't know, but you would have 2 votes on looking at what that would mean for us. Because some of this stuff, I'm not sure the complete value in it yet that's been discussed between my colleagues and I. And I really think running our institution and running our city well is what's important. So,
Councilmember Halstich, it is your turn.
Thank you. I appreciate your point, and I just want to, it was a dramatic statement, so I just want to clarify. So what amount of reserves does this recommended budget leave?
I'm sorry, the mic is a little touchy. So the designated reserve, so the amount that really sits in the one line item, is pegged at 20% of operating, which is about $30 million, to be 20% of $150 million kind of normal operating expenses in the general fund. I would suggest to you that functionally there are a number of other things that function as a reserve. One has been cited, the $10 million for housing. If whatever's not spent, let's say it's 8 or 5, is added to that at the end of the year. We have a number of other areas where we are investing in sinking funds to prepare for assets that don't need to be replaced right away. Fleet replacement, facilities replacement, and an IT replacement fund. If most likely, in fact, by design, those won't all be spent in the year. So if you add all of those up, I'm actually fairly confident our functional reserve is probably closer to 30%, and it's a little more art than science whether you could back numbers out of the affordable housing and these other places and show it in the reserve, and it would be more robust, or you could leave it. And then before you expense them, you're looking at the state of the economy at that present day. So 6 months from now, if there's a housing proposal that comes forward and you still have 10, you're thoughtful about, do we engage in this partnership now or not? And you take another glance at the economy. I'm not going to debate what the right amount is, but I would suggest on top of the 20%, there really is functionally other areas that operate much like a reserve to give cushion, and they would be the first places we cut back or refrain from spending if we see signs of a worsening economy.
Thank you. So you said the functional reserve is probably more like 30%. So what's that total amount?
Easily. So at 20% is 30 million, so that would be 45.
And then does that include the CalPERS set aside for other reserves that we've made in other funds?
No, that's on top. So in our small funds, the actual reserve is about 192 million. Now, those are a lot of restricted sources, so there's not maximum flexibility there, but there is some. So again, if in an environment where you really need to get more creative, you rely on some of the funds that are available for law enforcement more heavily because you need to save your general fund dollars and enhance your balance. Or some of the parks projects that were intended to be funded, you lean on Quimby and plan on recovering those funds later. So those are also other sources where you have some flexibility if things really start to look tough.
Thank you. And what's the industry standard?
That I wouldn't say there is one. GFOA recommends that cities put aside a minimum 2 months operating. So 2 months.
So what would that be?
That would be closer to 15%. Again, it really depends to me on how it's spread out throughout the whole budget, right? It's the total picture. For other budgets that I have personally managed, I wouldn't want to go below 20. I think 20 is kind of a reasonable minimum with these other areas where funds are invested. In the communities I've been a part of, they were able to weather both the Great Recession and the pandemic without layoffs or cuts, and actually without huge reliance even on the fund balance, because you do all the other operational things when you start to see that happening. You leave a position vacant, you You don't spend as robustly on a study, you reduce the scope, those things really total across a budget that's 187 million, a pretty significant number. So again, you could certainly be more cautious. And frankly, with the things you've identified, I think it leaves at least some of that reserve balance not spent. So really functionally, it's probably not 20. It's maybe not 27, but it's probably 25. It's playing with a lot of numbers because it really is spread out everywhere. But operationally, besides payroll, we have a decent amount of flexibility to constrain spending if the worst signs start to appear on the horizon.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And sorry, Mayor, to do that, but I know your statement was so well said that it'll be quoted in the newspaper. And I just want to clarify for the public who might be scared by your comment, that my position is there is a lot of flexibility, like the city manager detailed, where you could consider it a much higher level of reserve. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
I have a blue box question. Can we do blue box?
Are we to the point that we've given enough direction on the yellow box that we can see what staff brings back to us in 2 weeks?
So 2 things before we go to the blue box. One is, it sounded like there was a majority for the DAP capital campaign. And so one question, because I think staff will need to know this, do we want to use it from one-time spending here, or do we want to have it go to Measure J? And I don't know what people's thoughts are. I'm fine with either.
Is it?
Yeah.
Can I just
Yeah,
ask
please.
a question?
Yeah.
No, because
Put on your mic.
I think it's a very worthy organization. It's, where do you find? Isn't Measure J already accounted for?
There's some money that's being rolled over to next year, I think.
I think where there may be some constraints in Measure J, we'd need to do the arithmetic. But between some of the future projects and enhancing the pot potentially for community projects and setting some aside for parks, somewhere in there, there's going to be some push and pull.
Okay. So this would be the better source, you think?
Well, to the extent this gets funded through Measure J and we seek input from Measure J, it makes it harder to do a lot of the other things, like a robust allocation to parks and some of the set aside for big projects like the library. So that's what I mean on give and take. At the end of the day, it may not matter, because if the entirety of what comes in to Measure J comes to bear on these projects, whatever is left is going to come from sources like fund balance, whether it's this project or another one.
Okay. So it seems to make sense to bring this back then on the 30th for a final decision if we should use it from this fund balance.
And given that we don't want to, I don't think we want to get out in front of Measure J and their ordinance, I believe, suggests that they weigh in on it. We would probably leave it as balance and then go to Measure J, and should they decide to fund it, and should you agree with that recommendation, that would be additional fund balance adding to that.
But we would decide to fund it at the meeting on the 30th and then decide if we want to send it to
We would
Measure J for
Yes, we would
a
propose
transfer.
it as it's stated here, coming from the accumulated one time, so as not to appear to get out in front of the Measure J Commission.
And just one quick question on reserve amount, because I've always been a proponent of larger reserves, because we don't want to find ourselves in that situation. And the reason I'm comfortable with this number is because, one, I think there will be some leftover money, making it bigger. What the city manager is proposing. The reason I'm inclined to be comfortable, but I'm happy to have more discussion on it, is because there's, we're moving 10 million that could just sit in reserve to a affordable housing fund, because that'll help attract, right? We're using it sort of to attract affordable housing developers, but it's there if, and no one wants to say, but I would think most economists think we're going to have a recession sometime in the next year or two. I just think that's what the majority think. What that looks like, we don't know, but I think there's enough other funding here that gets us to the higher reserve number that I'd be comfortable with, because we're just not going to be able to spend all that money in the next 6 months or a year. So that's why I'm comfortable with it. So I wanted to explain that. I don't disagree. I tend to agree with the larger reserve, and that's why I think we're sort of there. We're just not calling it that because we want to attract investment, if that makes sense. Thank you, Mayor.
Do you want to weigh in on the reserve issue at all? Okay. then that certainly sounds to me like direction that that has gone to.
You agree?
Hmm?
Are you happy with that direction?
I can count.
No, I think your opinion, I think your point of view is very important, and I would love to get to a budget where we all are feeling comfortable, and as a community feeling comfortable. That's why I asked the mayor.
I think that we've got some tough decisions to be made, and well, I would very much believe we should be targeting a higher percentage number. This is going to play out over the course of the next months and year in terms of what actually starts coming in terms of revenues and what we are able to expend. So I'm not going to retract anything I've said, but I hear where we're coming from, and I think the actual reserve that we will end up with will be closer to where I want it to be. Probably won't be as much as I want it to be, but you know, it's important that we get to consensus. And at the end of the day, 2 weeks from tonight, that we're able to vote for something that all of us feel that I can be comfortable with the total package that has been put together, and it may, in this area or that area, not be exactly what we would have chosen individually, but collectively it works. And I think we're getting closer to that. So if I heard it right, we're out of the yellow box now and into the blue box. And let me start by saying 3 new police officers, in my mind, is not going to be nearly enough. But that's not a decision for today. That's a decision for when after we get the report that has concrete recommendations. I feel on this very similar to the parks issue. Let's study this fully and then make a determination as to what do we need. And beyond that, I'm personally very comfortable with the city manager's recommendations. Mayor Pro Tem.
When I write a play about this, it's going to be a game show, budget game show. It'd be a lot more fun. Chief Nadler, you can come down to the stage. Please. I have a question. So my question is regarding the firefighters and the fire captain training administration position. What is the preference here in terms of firefighters? Is it more firefighters, or is it having the 6 firefighters plus the fire captain training administration? Because that position has like much higher pay range than multiple firefighters.
Yeah, than a couple. Yeah, it would make good progress toward the firefighters. You know, you always need support whenever you grow your organization. You need the administrative support to support them, and so that the training needs are met. But I think that the firefighters are probably a top priority. Last year, just in the last 12 months, we've increased in call volume by 20%. So what that means, you remember a couple of years ago, you gave me 6 firefighters for a medic unit, and that was because of our concurrent calls. We, at 33% of the time, we have 3 to 4 units out, which means that units aren't available to respond. So if we had these firefighters, so every time we don't have them, so I know I've said the OSHA or the ISO rating. Well, the ISO is just a benefit for the community that's part of community risk reduction. And when we add these firefighters, we have better outcomes. And even Attorney Ballinger said today what it means for insurance. So when we do drop down those 2 points, it's realized in a benefit to the community. But the benefit to the community, it's a dual benefit because they get better service from the firefighters, which is why the ISO rating drops. And you can't, I've asked for 15 firefighters because I don't put more importance on one fire station over another, having 4 firefighters on it. We need them at all 5 fire stations. I would be willing to get us there because of the reduction. So when we respond on a medical, it takes 8 firefighters to do a cardiac arrest. Well, that's 3 apparatus or 2 apparatus and an AMR unit just to have the staffing to work a full arrest. To do OSHA's 2 in and 2 out, it requires 4. We only have 3 on an engine. So that means that if we either have to have 2 engines arrive on scene before we can even do OSHA's required 2 in, 2 out for a rescue. When we meet NFPA 1710, a single family structure fire requires 17 firefighters. We have 18 on duty right now. We deplete our entire city. Well, we don't because, like I said, 33% of the time we have 3 or more units out. Now that our call volume has gone up 20%, we even have more units out, so we're bringing in more frequently. We're bringing in CAL FIRE, Cathedral City, and other departments just so that we have the minimum staffing, even for a single-family structure fire, not including any of the large buildings that we even need more, and we even have to call. And the longer it takes to get there, the faster you go from incipient stage to a full-on, fully involved incident within about 8 to 10 minutes. So the quicker we can get those resources on that, either for a medical, a rescue, or a fire, the better. So to answer that question, that was long-winded, but I wanted to make sure that we're not just focusing on the ISO, but this is a benefit. So yes, I would rather have the 9 firefighters than the training captain at this point, because what I think is going on with the growth in the city, what I would do is take that medic unit out of service for the concurrent calls, because I think it's more important to get those 4 firefighters at all 5 stations so that we don't have to call in more resources, because it's kind of a give or take. We have the medic unit go from 1 station to all of them because of the current calls, or we have to call less units to the scene if we just add that 4th firefighter. Plus it gets us to the paramedic EMT concept, which we're trying to do, which is a huge cost savings for the city. And if we do bring our ISO rating down, that's a 20%, I forget what Attorney Ballinger said that cost to the city. That's about a $40,000 savings to the city if our ISO rating goes down. The city alone, let alone all the other businesses and members of our community. So yeah, I think at this time I'd rather see the 9 firefighters. And then as Chief Mills had explained, we've had conversations because we have the same issue, and I've spoken with the city manager about it. You know, having social workers in place instead of sending firefighters on drug addicts, alcoholics, mental health issues. If we can put these, so we could team up and like the city manager said, we can figure out who oversees those units, but cities have put those units into place. So I would feel more comfortable taking that medic unit out of service, adding those 6 firefighters to the 9, and getting us today where we need to be, even just to address today's needs. So yes, but I'm not saying I'm not going to keep asking for the captain, because we do have those needs.
And do you have those needs now, or is that something that you anticipate needing more in the future?
More in the future.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
You're very welcome. Oh, go ahead.
So let me, just so I understand this. So I know, like calling Cathedral City, right? How are they staffed compared to us?
They're 4-0 now. They're moving in that direction. So they're fortunate, which we know. They're fortunate. I don't know if they've staffed them yet, but they've determined what they did is they had firefighters on their ambulance units because they have ambulance rights. So what they're doing is taking those, putting non-sworn personnel on the ambulance units and taking that cost savings to go 4-0. But they only have 3 fire stations, so it's a little easier for them. It's a few less firefighters.
Yeah, as you know, trying to get ambulance rights would be a really good thing for the city we've discussed.
Well, actually, we've made a lot of progress, and we've actually, in our budget for contracting, put $25,000 aside so that we could get AP Triton to come in and look at that for us. There has been some huge, we just had the CFED conference in Indian Wells here. They've made some huge progress at the Chiefs. They have the state EMSA director. They got a new one, and he's very supportive of working with the Cal Chiefs to help that monopoly to go away and a more competitive process be put in place.
Great.
So it's moving. It's moving in that direction.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Don't leave too quick. You're still on here. The game show is you're producing. So can you just fill me in on and the public as well? On what's happening with the state legislation as far as paramedics go, and how does that, if we could get any change, I know that's an ongoing issue.
Yeah.
What would that mean for the city of Palm Springs?
Well, the problem is about 25 years ago they put the 201 rights and the 214, I believe it is, rights in place, which if you weren't providing the service at the time, then it was governed by a county contract. So our contract is governed by Riverside County right now. If this legislation goes through, then we could be competitive and we could potentially provide our own ambulance transportation service. We're the first responders, so we're the first ones there. We're the first ones on scene. We provide the care. We have the ultimate medical control on scene, and then they transport the patients. But definitive care and getting those patients to the hospital quicker is the ultimate goal, because definitive care is what saves lives. We just get them to that point to get to definitive care. So if we're able to do this and be able to put more ambulances on the street, it's going to improve our ability to provide the best service possible.
And where's that legislation currently? Do you have any idea?
Yeah, I mean, they just continually try and make it more competitive, but right now that's not the case. So it's going to take quite a bit. I mean, where's it at? It's continued discussions.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And a question for the city manager, and you can say that, is when any new development comes in, they get an assessment, I think, of $500 a unit per year just for first responders. Is that money that we collect from those districts, that we set up districts, does that go, that has to be used specifically, I assume, for as we get more housing for the expansion of fire services or police services?
I'm sorry, I don't know about that assessment.
Yeah, so that fund is the CFD Public Safety Fund. I don't know exactly what number is, but yes, the fund, there's a separate fund for that. It is up to $500 per residence, and it does fund public safety. So it does fund some firefighters and does some police officers as well.
So as we expand or grow or approve more development, we have an ongoing guaranteed source, no matter what the economy is, of income to support both of those departments then?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we have a couple of other funds as well. Right now, because we don't have the 201 rights, we do get funding from the county for when the ambulances don't meet their contractual obligations. Right now, it's about $50,000 a year. And then we also have a DUI fund that comes to the city. It's small, it's just a few thousand a year, but there are some sources that go to specifically fire service or medical service.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions or comments on this area? Councilmember Halstedge.
Thank you. So where were we? Was that a recommendation? Did I hear from the chief about the balance between the fire captain of training and administration versus adding more firefighters? Did you have a recommendation there?
My recommendation was that we fund more firefighters, because we're just taking a line item that already exists and removing it and adding more firefighters instead. So to me, it's a good compromise in terms of what we're trying to do with our budget. It's not going to get them fully to where they want to be, but at least it puts them in a better position, and it's not taking out, I mean, well, it is taking out something, but it's late. You get what I'm saying.
So that would be removing number 17 and then adding to number 16. So how many sorry, Chief, you left, but how many additional firefighters would that be?
So if you wanted to add 3, there's about a $200,000 deficit. So when you look at the position for the captain is 265, the firefighters work out to about just under 150 rolled up. So if you wanted 3, it would be about 450. Leaving a deficit technically of 181. So I was rounding when I said 200.
If I understood the chief correctly, if we add 3, he's in a position to be able to move around how he has deployed his firefighters in order to get to 4.0 in all of the firehouses. Is that correct?
Yeah, this is where we need our Bob Barker voice. Come on down.
Yeah, that's correct. So on both counts, city manager is spot on the numbers for the cost. And yes, I would be able to utilize the other firefighters and shift them around.
That's a balance that I think is appropriate, even though it's going to cost us an additional.
Okay. And it would eliminate number 17. And the chief is supportive of that, and that's what I'm hearing. Okay, thank you.
So would that get added to the deficit? Would we? About 190,000, yeah.
Yeah, so that would be the direction I'd be looking for, is you're currently at a deficit of about 276 if we're funding all of those items in the blue, and we'd add 180 to that.
So if we do add the 3 firefighters, that's going to add about $450,000 to one-time cost. Your deficit, and when you remove the fire training captain, your deficit becomes around $460,000 at that point.
457, yeah.
Councilmember Halsted?
Thank you. I'm just looking at which of these are real costs and which might not be fully realized in the full fiscal year. So remind me for homelessness services what that includes. I know we already cut it by.
So that's somewhat of a placeholder and meant to be a catch-all. So number one, while we're optimistic about receiving state funds, and that would include some ability to capitalize operations in the first couple of years, perhaps, we will need some ongoing support of that program, but there are also additional costs that are likely to fall outside of that. So for instance, over the course of the last year, we added to the security somewhat substantially just in the city. That could be an example of a cost. If we end up hiring a position, there will likely be some other program costs there. So that was really meant to be a catch-all for homeless services, anywhere from even contributing perhaps to mental health or other people that might be on a police department team, to subsidizing the navigation center whenever the grant funds are exhausted.
Right, because we could easily leave it at one. Either we could reduce that number and then take some of the transfer to affordable. Well, that's one-time money. It's all kind of fungible.
A portion of that funds the contract we have for the Access Center right now.
Say it again.
A portion of that funds the Access Center contract.
What amount?
$212,000 annually. I've been told they may need to request a increase on that.
Thanks.
So yeah, it would be my preference, if there was some balancing, that it would come from another ongoing source.
Right. I get it.
But the point is well taken that, not all of these costs will be realized in the year, but especially when we're talking payroll, you know, and bear in mind too that if there is a contraction in the economy, we will also have increases in costs because our year two with our MOUs and all the other inflationary costs you see for insurance, et cetera, will come to bear next year. So ideally, we don't get too far out in front of those ongoing costs because we're essentially borrowing against future growth whenever it occurs.
I have another question if I can. I think we discussed this last time, but the security services at the 3 recreation centers. So I read in the packet that that was needed by staff. And can you just tell us a little bit about that? Because I hate to, I mean, it's such a large amount compared to even investing in services and programming and thinking through like if there's additional services and programming, would it be less, you know, sparse and need fewer security services? So is that's definitely needed in your recommendation?
We feel it's needed
Okay.
to protect our team and our patrons. We've had actual incidents, not just kind of ones that we speculate, that cause us to believe that we really need that security for our team and again, our residents.
So do you have a recommendation to find the additional 200 or 150 or whatever you would feel comfortable with in terms of the total of where to take that from?
I would probably look to something like the homeless services only because, again, I'm somewhat optimistic on grant funds. That's not a long-term strategy, but a short-term one. Otherwise, I would want to look a little more closely at some of these other ongoing costs to identify something else. I'd be a little hesitant to do that right on the fly right now.
I am hearing some specific questions, but largely pretty strong support for the recommendations that are in blue. Is that?
Mayor, I was just looking for the additional ongoing expense that we need to take from to pay for the 3 additional firefighters. So yeah, I would look to the homelessness services because we are funding so many other, and I don't think we have a plan for how to allocate all of those dollars. That is the easiest to take from right now, but I would ask staff to make a recommendation and bring it back at the next meeting, looking at all the positions and staffing.
I'd look to see if there's anything else, and if not, lean on that 1.5 and probably reduce that even to close that entire deficit, just given everything we've talked about with, the likely next 12 to 24 months, including some sort of a recession.
So certainly one of the concepts that we talked about 2 years ago was in vastly different times that our budget would be rolling budgets. And I think without quite necessarily calling it the same, we should approach this year very much in that fashion, that we're going to need to watch at each quarter what's going on here locally as well as what's happening in the broader economy, recognizing that adjustments may be need to be made. Are there any other changes that anyone wants to make in what is in the blue box, or at least have discussion about before we ask staff to take all of our directions and come back to us in 2 weeks with a final budget? Okay.
For number 23, transfer to new IT replacement internal service fund. So there's a one-time 1 million, and then there's an ongoing 500,000. So is that? Could you just say more about that and why it's 500,000 annually or ongoing?
Yeah, similar to the approach to facilities and fleet, we know we have ongoing costs, and so the one-time transfers in all of those cases are a catch-up because we really haven't funded them on an ongoing basis. And admittedly, those are round numbers because they're broader concept level estimates because we really haven't refined, exactly how many workstations and other things do we have to replace annually. We know we do have those costs annually, so this is an attempt to build a fund so that those funds are always available, and they're kind of out of sight, out of mind when it comes to other things we need to do in the general fund, so we don't have surprises.
Yeah, I think that's smart, and I support it. Thank you. I have nothing else in the blue boxes.
Anyone else? So if we given enough direction for you to be able to come back in 2 weeks with a final package for us to debate and discuss and probably make a few changes, but hopefully adopt.
Yeah, hopefully not too many because we do want to lock in those numbers. So we did intend to solicit feedback on the capital fund, which is the other half of this whole thing. To be honest, I think we have received a lot of input on that through the course of the discussion, things like library, focus, parks, and we know that that's a very slow-moving program right now, so virtually nothing's going to happen overnight. So I think we've also received enough direction on the capital fund, but I would invite council, if you see it another way, to give us any other general direction. I don't think we need to go line by line, quite like we did with the general fund, but any high-level direction we could incorporate at this point.
I think there's pretty strong consensus for moving forward with the library, and it's just a question of how much money are we going to commit on an annual basis. We know that the final number is going to approach $20 million.
And if that's sufficient, I think we have enough direction to bring back a final budget. We may highlight a few things where we will put in some placeholders based on directions so that you can tweak those at the meeting on the 30th, but I think we are there.
Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you go first.
You go first.
Just some points of clarification. The library, the $14 million that's in here for the library, that is to basically build a capital reserve to match the grant and actually execute it?
That's where that number comes from, I believe, is anticipating the grant and the match. Again, we would probably lean on the early phases of design to refine total costs.
Okay.
That would likely be higher.
It's just a strange number, 14, 120, 100. That's right here, main library renovation. It's yeah, okay, just a question on that. And then is relocate fire station number 1, is that also to build a reserve? Was the purpose of the $21 million?
I don't know if that's the total project cost or not, but yes, and when we see over the 5 years at least, those are the funds we would anticipate setting aside for that project.
I'm sorry, can you say?
Yes, so anything that's in the 5-year projected expense is meant to be the total over the 5-year period.
Okay, great. Number 47, which is also number 56, is you are recommending an increase of $500,000 for traffic calming. I think we're going to discuss that, I don't know if later in this meeting or if it's being pushed off, but I think we have a general consensus, at least every meeting I go to, that our roads are not safe, right? And our current traffic calming program is limited to basically speed bumps and a couple other things, and it doesn't do other things that we really want to have happen. So I agree with increasing the budget for that, but expanding the definition of what a person can do. So a center median can have a similar effect, or crosswalks can have a similar effect of slowing traffic and making it safer, but that's not in the toolbox we currently have. So I just would like to see, along with that, we can test it at $500,000, but that with the definition of what people can do or apply for could be expanded in that amount of money. And I really agree with number 58, and particularly from the entrance to town to when the Uptown starts, because uptown to downtown has all lit sidewalks and whatnot, but we have nothing like that from uptown north. So when you walk along the street, there's palm trees there, and all we need to do is retrofit the lights that shine up on the trees, which half of them are broken, with rings that one shines down and one shines up, and that way you have pedestrian safety, which goes along with what we're trying to do as well. So those are my comments on it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other comments?
So Mayor, do you want to take those now, or do you want to do that later? This is the time, right? Or did you want to just give general direction?
I defer to the majority and to the city manager as to what do we need to do this evening.
Can I just quickly, is that okay? Quickly go through? So we don't talk about process too long. Right, so number 8 says main library renovations, little star, if we receive state grant. So my recommendation would, I think we said that, we already changed that, just to do that already, but it says 14 million is the ongoing expense. 14 million is the ongoing expense, but my understanding was that's not being allocated in this budget. There's nothing here for the 2022-2023 budget. I'm confused.
It should reflect at least the 4 million that was allocated from Measure J. So that's just one of those that got missed, kind of separating out that portion.
Thank you. I have that corrected on this sheet, but they're not on this sheet. So following along here on multiple places. Okay, so that would be 4 million for Measure J, which we already approved. So just that's my question is, should that be more to get to that 14 million? I had also flagged, most of these are items that we've talked about that have been deferred, that are much needed. So I didn't flag very many in the gray category. Same with 43. I had flagged, that's such an important ongoing expense that we want to save for. So trying to get to 23. It's going to take a long time at 1.6 a year. And then on orange, which are the important things to talk about tonight, because if we don't, then they won't be included when we're finalizing the budget. So 52, I just want to advocate for improvements to Lot G downtown. We're limited in what we can do because we have to shore up that lot, right, for under the parking structure, because it's above the parking structure, but it looks like crap, and it makes downtown and our new park look like a construction site. And I know that we've heard from tourism and hospitality folks and others that it's just blighting that area. We already have a weird graffiti. It's just a weird situation down there. So I very much appreciate, I see that there's a range, 300 to 800,000. If we could just do a minimal amount, I don't think we have to spend 800,000 on it, but if we could do something to improve that lot, I think that would be a good cost benefit. 53, we've gotten public comment over years and years to add soccer fields. So I talked to the city manager that there's $100,000 and $200,000 range, but that's, I think, really
different than that.
Yeah, I apologize.
It changed from the staff report.
Off.
Okay, so 54, improvements to Lot G downtown, again, that's the range, so it's budgeted at this 800. I don't know if maybe we could bring that forward later through the year and bring something forward with options. But it'd be nice to budget at least some for 55, add soccer fields. We've heard a lot about that over years and years and years. And then I agree with the uplighting too, because it's such a minimal investment compared to our overall budget. And so those are the ones that I had flagged that might be worth it right now to include, but I don't know if there's council support for any of those items.
Who wants to go next? Councilmember Coors.
You really want everyone else to be mayor tonight, don't you? Which I can appreciate.
Not tonight.
Yeah, I think, we haven't really talked long-term what we're doing with Lot G. But if it's going to be several years, what we can do so it can be walked on, or so we don't have to have fencing up there, would be great. So at least we should look into that, what our options are there. On the soccer fields, I'm supportive of that. I know where we want to figure out, I mean, I think DeMuth is the one place we sort of know where it's going to go as opposed to some other parks. So I'd be supportive of that. We might want to wait till a new parks director just comes on to make sure. But I'm supportive of that. And I also agree, on the uplighting. I think, that is the entrance, it's the entrance to the city. It goes right from Fistercino all the way north. And it's a pretty minimal expense for, I think, a nice benefit. Although I'm happy to hear from staff if there's disagreement, because those are in the orange.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. The soccer fields, I think, at DeMuth is big. It would be really nice to see that for the community. In terms of, but traffic calming, one thing I hope that we're not getting to tonight, Mayor, is our roads safety plan and our pedestrian safety plan. And both of those include several different measures. Some of them we've already begun to implement and others that are in need. And we heard several public comments about Racket Club. That's one of the things that's on both pedestrian plan and the Safe Roads plan. There are lots of grants that we can leverage for funding for those projects, but we also are going to need our own funding as well. So I would be very supportive of having some of that funding set aside for traffic calming. I feel that's like a very broad category. And I do still think that there's, the shade, I'm surprised at how much for additional shade at bus stops. It's saying $3 million. That seems quite high, but I do know that there are at least.
It should be 100,000. I apologize.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
There was a zero added.
Oh, okay. Right, because I think that there are several bus stops that just have zero coverage. And so I'm okay with not having every single bus stop shaded immediately, but I would love to see at least some of the ones that are really direct in the sun. There's one on Vistacino, for instance, that's you're just blazing hot if you're going there, and it's a big thoroughfare. So those are my comments about that part.
So everything here looks like something that we would want to do. I think it's just a question of what can we afford now. When it comes to Lot G, I'd like to have, and I think the rest of council would also want to have, a thorough understanding of what can actually be constructed there. And I don't have a good sense of what the possibilities are, but with the completion of the downtown park, that's absolutely incredibly valuable land that we own, and there are some really exciting possibilities of how that land could be used. And it's hard to engage those conversations without having a firm understanding of what the engineering actually would allow us to do. So I support making it look better right now, but the bigger issue to me is what can we actually do with it, and let's have some discussion about what we want that property to be once we know what's conceivable. The shade structures are at $300,000, something that's very tangible, that fills the need. And I don't know what the final general plan for our parks will be, but we can guarantee that the soccer fields are going to end up being at DeMuth. So those would be the areas where I would want to look at. The up-tree lighting is also not a significant amount of money and would make a really good appearance difference on entering the city.
I just want to add a comment to number 59, and I agree with the Mayor Pro Tem. We have just never, what's happening with our bus stops is that Sunline, who our mayor sits on, looks at a bus stop and looks at the ridership, kind of the boarding and the lighting, and decides what kind of bus stop it will be. Will it be a sign? Will it be a bench? Will it be a shade structure? We can put in shade structures irregardless of them. Absolutely put them in. And I would encourage it, and we can do it almost free of charge, actually. You can get an advertiser. You open yourself up to some other advertising issues, but we already do it on our public right-of-way. So it's really looking at it legally to see, like, if we sell advertising, and then Sunline will hopefully clean it. So we really don't have anything. I'm a little concerned that if you look at the new county medical facility at Tockwitz and Sunrise, there's a new bus stop that went in. Awful. And awful. And this comes from the Planning Commission, who wants the bus stop to look like the building. The problem with that is it doesn't have any of the amenities that a bus rider needs in it. Where the little facilities that Sunline specifies has got all of the facilities. It's got the maps, it's got everything that you need. And as a benefit, if Sunline changes its route, you pick it up and move it. You're not going to move that facility that's at the center. So I've asked planning in the general plan to address this, but the problem is, the process of the general plan is taking so long, we continue to build these bad bus stops out. And what the Planning Commission does is says, we want a bus stop that matches the building. Great idea, but then the person sits down and doesn't really develop it as a transportation planner, and we just get schlock. So it would not take much to get not only shade, but to get a much more robust system where a lot of tourists would like to use. So I say we throw some money at a staff or a consultant to go out there and do it, and it could be done in 6 months, type of thing. So I just give my plug for Mayor Pro Tem very enthusiastically.
With that, have we given staff sufficient direction for one night? Do we have any direction left in us? All right, thank you. Then we will move on. I have a question for my colleagues. Both 3E and 3F are fairly important issues for us to understand. Is there a time urgency attached to them that dictates that we need to deal with them this evening? I'm seeing a head shake. No.
No time urgency.
Okay. And I would suggest that we defer 3E and 3F to the date to be chosen by our city manager, but hopefully we can get to it before 11:30. All right. So with that, that would bring us to council comments and city manager comments. Do we have any? All right. So then unless somebody else is going to speak up, and you're going to better be quick, at 11:36.
So just on the tentative schedule, just one thing, which I think, I know we've talked, and I think you have a date in mind, just to talk about council salary versus additional staffing. And just if council salary is something that is going to be addressed and potentially on the ballot, we are getting to a time crunch. So I just wanted to raise that.
That is we're planning on bringing back one of the next two sessions, and then just not to forget, we do have our joint meeting with the commissions next week on Tuesday. So that's kind of right around the corner, and that's all I have on tentative.
All right. So with that, we will adjourn this meeting. The next city council meeting will be a joint meeting starting at 6 p.m. at the Palm Springs Convention Center on June 21st with all of our boards and commissions, and the next regular city council meeting will be at 5:30 on June 30, where we will adopt a budget. And with that, please be safe out there.